earlier and then unlive. So hopefully we haven't lost the... Okay. Haven't lost the stream if you are trying to get in. Welcome, Refishing Games, new YouTube supporter. Thank you for joining. This morning, I'm going to be putting on some nice chilled out Witch House, or evening if that's where it is. Witch House, not Witch House. Dungeon Synth. Going to put some Witch Bolt on. And going to work on Dirt World. So Tuesday is my regular dev stream. Working on my game throughout the week, depending on how busy the week it is. And Tuesday is the day where I stream what I'm doing. And we've got a bit of a theme today for the stream, I guess, or something I want to focus on, because I've spent a little while, the last couple of days, making the game pretty and giving it this kind of coloured lighting system. So you can now pick up a torch, you can carry it around. It's got a little glow. And you can also see when I bring that torch close to the bricks, it's shading them in a colour. So every brick is basically finding the nearest light source and then drawing over itself with like a see-through colour version. And there are other things in the game that can cast coloured lights as well. This was one of those things where there's probably a library to do it for me, but I kind of worked out a way to do it myself, and it's not eating too much CPU. It might be a sort of thing I need to optimize later on, but it's not doing much. See, that relic there is casting a purple light, because purple is my color associated with the relics. And if you get an emerald or a ruby, they cast a little light as well. And the key that comes down from the top left casts its sort of turquoise light as it flies down. So I did a lot of stuff there. And yeah, the further a brick away is away from you, and if it doesn't have line of sight with you, it darkens a little bit. It's not super extreme. I initially had it quite extreme, but now it just felt a bit like the whole screen was flashing as you moved about. So it's really more just sort of drawing your attention to where the main character is, rather than like doing a full-blown fog of war thing, which is kind of what it was doing when I first put it in. You can see the backgrounds of the rooms. These like backdrops, I call them facades, and they serve a couple of purposes. When you put a room down, they sort of help to measure what the room touches, and that helps me to delete tiles that are already there. And also they have this kind of fade-in effect that helps with the kind of spookiness and the lighting effect that we've just put in as well. So they fade in and out when you go in and out of rooms. They also, if you've got a light source, they also colour in slightly the nearest light source as well. So if I get torch, so sometimes there'll be, those backgrounds will be detecting the nearest light source and shading themselves in that colour. So you can see that backdrop sort of flash yellow occasionally when the torch passes over it. This is all the stuff I've been doing recently, and you'll notice I've got these flappy fairy wings at the moment. They are not going to be something you start the game off with. They're going to be late game content. But what I've done here is I have followed the classic game dev route of making sort of god mode features that make your game easier to test out and debug, and then just, you know, the intention is to make them an upgrade later on in the game. So we've got a sort of what would be a double jump, but with 5, a pentuple jump, which is themed as these fairy wings. And we've also got the classic Mario fire flower, where you jump up in the air and you can do one fireball. Whenever it hits the top or bottom of something, it bounces, and when it hits the side of something, it destroys. So it's pretty much, you know, Nintendo don't at me. But again, that will be a very late game thing. It doesn't do much at the moment. It just breaks jars. I think I can blow those things up with it, actually. I think I set it to work with those. But yeah, it's quite hard to hit them with. So developed a couple of powers that I thought the player could get in the late game, and that means that as I'm developing the early game, I've got something for the player to work towards. We've got all of these lovely lighting effects now. I might tone them down later on, but they're helping me achieve the kind of overall vibe that I was going for, which was sort of like, I wanted to look a little bit like a ZX Spectrum game, but more the game you remember in your head rather than the actual game. Yeah, the rope works, but I haven't given the character an animation for it yet. So he just does that at the moment. Just goes, that's his climbing. Look, he's climbing it using his butt crack. Yeah, there aren't any rooms that are so dark that you would need to use the fireball to light them, because I found when I made it really dark, it just ended up feeling very stroby to have the lights so reactive and dark rooms. But the torches at the moment, the intention of the torches is more that you have to take them from place to light things. So, you know, if you want to cook, you need to like light an oven. That bar at the top is the CPU usage, so you can see it's getting a little bit honky now, so I might have to, there's some stuff that I'll have to go back and optimize before I do much more with this, but I've started learning how to use the debugger in GameMaker, so I'm getting a bit better at understanding which things are eating the CPU most. And actually, I know one I can turn off straight away is the there's some particles that seem, last time I did a check, this was the thing that was eating them the most. Just gonna take out all of the references to that particle layer, because it seemed to be the worst culprit when I was testing yesterday, and I forgot to take him out, so. We're here for the backseat designing, that's the whole idea. But today what I want to make is, I want to start working on the fire system. So I had a bunch of fire objects before and they worked. I've since broken them, and now I want to create a more sort of generic sort of heating system, I guess, so that things can light each other and burn each other and stuff like that. I'm just gonna turn off some of the background particles and just check that that's not crashing the game, and then I'll take you through the setup for what I intend to do today. Yeah, oh, okay, I'll just turn down there we go. Cool, thank you. Yeah, okay, so that all works. So the way that the lighting is working is that the light isn't actually on the torch object. There is a separate object type I called it a lumi, so it'd be easy to type lots of times. And a lumi is like a lighting object that appears over another object and can either be set to exist for the duration of that object, like this fire and this torch, or it can be temporary. So like the fairy wing flaps are generating a lumi, and each lumi they generate has the color slightly randomized, so it goes from like blue to pink to purple and a sort of turquoisey color. And what I want to create is a similar system for that, but creating impulses for heating. So, you know, the whole time this fire is going, it will be doing like a burn impulse. Is that the right word for it? I don't know. It will be constantly sending out a little burn message to things around it. And torches will do the same, and ovens will do the same. And then I can kind of create a generic system of interactions with, you know, torches you can carry around and burn different things with. I did have that in place before, so you could build a red room which is made of all this gross fungus stuff, and you could go in and you could use the torch to burn it. And at some point along the way, I've broken the torches, and now they don't really do anything. And I want to reintroduce that, because taking a torch from one room to light a fire and all of that kind of stuff is like the basic, most obvious thing to do with a lot of the systems I have in this game, where it's sort of an exploration-based procedural platformer where you're picking stuff up and carrying it. So there's going to be lots of weird things that you do with that picking and carrying mechanic, but torches is quite intuitive. You know, you see a unlit cauldron, you see a torch, you probably can guess that you can light the cauldron with the torch. So I want to make that all work now, because it was a very early feature that worked at some point, and now I need to make it work again. So that's what we'll be working on today. Bulldogger, you are a sort of pale orange color today. Shifted clock, the 14 types of fun. So the 14 forms of fun, you can big sneeze. Sorry, it's all of those spores that I thought I turned off. The 14 forms of fun, there is a very good game developer article you can find on Google. If you just search 14 forms of fun, it will come up. I think the video I was referencing was probably the GDD's video I did last summer, where I talk about how, you know, if you want to come up with design pillars for your game, then the 14 forms of fun are really good. Because otherwise, if you ask people to come up with design pillars, usually they tend to think in terms of things that aren't really design pillars, and they tend to go, platforming is a design pillar, and design pillars really are supposed to give you a sense of what the experience is, like what type of enjoyment people are supposed to get from the thing. So that's kind of why I think 14 forms of fun is good. But yeah, you don't need a video from me on it specifically. I might do one, but you can Google that and find it pretty simply. So okay, so I made this generic object called a Lumi. That is how we light things. Yeah, exactly, Bulldogger. And then I'm going to make an object called a burner, which will be how we operate our burning system, I guess. And we'll make like a basic set of stats that will be the default. And what I'm going to do is, even though this is a burner, and it... Oh no, I started editing the Lumi now. That always happens. So let me just go back. Whenever I duplicate an object, I always end up operating on the original object and not the one I mean to. So a burner will be the same sort of thing. And what I'm going to do, I think it's more performant to do a distance check between objects than to do a collision check for like the whole sprite of an object. So what I will do with this is just use the point where the object is, and then any flammable object will be checking if they're close enough to a burner to set on fire. Basically, that's kind of the idea. So we don't need light color for this. We maybe need strength. We do need a parent instance, because that's how we tell this object to follow another object around. And we don't need a flicker amount, and we do need life, because this is basically, in the light system, this is how I set whether something is infinite for the duration of the parent instance, or whether it is something that exists for a couple of frames. So this variable in the light instance, in the light object, sorry, if it's set to -1, the object just exists for the length of its parent, and if it's set to 3, it will only exist for 3 frames. So for something like a fire, if I'm like throwing out a spark and I want that to like set things on fire, then maybe that would be something that has a finite life. So yeah, I'll leave these here so I can see them in case I need to use them later, but I probably don't. So range, strength. I don't know how strength will work for this. It might be like a percentage chance for something to catch on fire when it touches this, like every frame. So 0.01 would be every frame that the burner is touching a flammable object, there's a 1% chance that the flammable object will burn. Not totally sure yet there. We don't have like big chunky health systems in this game because most of the enemies are one-shot kills and the player just has like Zelda hearts. So not sure how that works yet, but I think it will be a random roll based on this strength. Okay, so this is every step we're checking. If this has a parent instance, then move this object to the X and Y coordinates of the parent instance. So follow the parent instance around. Else, destroy this instance. And yeah, so this is all exactly the same as the lighting. And then draw, we're going to use this to do some debug, because a burner won't actually have any visible element. It will just be hiding behind a sprite of a torch or something like that. So we don't really want to draw anything, but I'm going to draw something for debug while we're working out how this system works. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw a circle showing the range of this, and it's just going to be the outline of a circle. So draw, set color, I don't need all of this. This is too complicated for what we need right now, or that is all I need. So then I can attach, let's go flames, and this is going to be renamed to be a bonfire, I think, because I keep forgetting what this is called, and it's not flames, it's a bonfire. So let's call it bonfire, and then we've Dark Souls reference unlocked. And then I'll just check that I haven't referenced that anywhere in the code. So I'm just doing a find on the whole code. And just make sure these are referencing the right thing. I'm 56 in there, has a flames. I could do find all, but I want to sort of tread back over all of the stuff I've done with fire-based objects before, because we're trying to rewrite the whole. What's that? Oh wow, okay, that's really old code. That's from before I introduced the new room printing system. Check nothing's breaking. Okay, cool. So now we go to a bonfire, and here is all the code that makes Illumi, which is our lighting, the name for our lighting objects. And then we're going to have, we're going to do the same thing, but with my burner. Okay. And we don't need a parent. We need a parent instance. We need a light. We don't need a light color, and we do need a strength and a range. Okay, so my object burner. So when we create a bonfire, it does all of this to create its little lighting instance, the custom lighting system that I've been building over the weekend. And now it's also going to create something called a burner, which doesn't really do anything yet, but if the debug code we wrote is working, then it's going to draw a little red circle to show us the range. And I think the range of the fire should be about half the range of the light. So just to make that simple, I'm gonna put that here as an equation, and then when I copy this across, it will copy to my torches and stuff like that as well. So they'll have a very small area of effect where they can burn things. Now, the torches should, in theory, have a way to sort of turn them on and off, but we'll get to that later. And then I've got a fireball object, which will be our really late game power up. I've got it enabled all the time now because it's fun, but at the start of the game you have to do a lot of work to unlock the fireball. So if I run the game now, on torches, bonfires and fireballs, we should see a little red circle indicating the range of the burning effect, right? Okay, so on the torch that is way too wide. So let's make it divided by 6 maybe. Bonfire, torch, and this isn't the most efficient way of doing this, but I want to be able to customize it slightly for each object. So. Can't actually see it on there, but let's find a torch or something. Okay, so there's the torch. That's the range that it would be checking to see if it can burn something. And then, for example, if I went into this nest room with the torch, I'd be like jumping up here and setting it on fire. But I might have to do these bespoke per object because the one on the torch looks too big and the one on the fireball looks too small. Let's go and check out the campfire again, the bonfire. Bonfire looks alright. It's kind of sunk into the ground, but I mean, we already can set ourselves on fire with that one. But that's kind of stuff that's left over from the old system. Okay. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. The torch needs to have a much smaller range, so we're going to make that 9, I guess. Maybe there's a point where I might need to give this an offset so I can jiggle it about, but I don't care about that right now. So at the moment, the player has a sort of quality called burning that allows them to burst into flames if they stand next to a fire. And I think we're probably going to need to strip that out and make it something more generic. So if I make another... Maybe if I make another object that is like the detector for fire, right? So anything that can be damaged by fire, or maybe just a script actually, anything that can be damaged by fire has a script that is running, and it is sort of checking every so often to see if there is a burner nearby. And then based on the strength of the burner, it's going to work out whether to go up in flames. And then that means we can apply that to lots of different things. We can apply it to these treetops, these like leaves up at the top of the trees. Although maybe I don't want to be just like walking through here with my torch and it sets fire to like everything. Yeah, we don't want the torch to burn us when we're holding it. You're right. So maybe that means that every burner needs a set of things that it can and can't burn. I think making the actual fire of something be on... I can't... My words are not working today. If I make a sort of burning status that something can have, or like a on fire status that something can have. We've got a burner, which is an object that produces a flame that should cause interactions. And then we've got a burning, which is like a status that we can apply to something that makes it have flames on it and eventually destroy itself, right? I think making burning as an object and anchoring it to a parent and then like making it produce fire effects, and then after it's gone on for a certain time it destroys the object it's attached to. I think that might be the best way of doing it. So it's kind of like it's a status that an object in the world can have, right? So these fungus chunks can be burning. They can have a burning object applied to them, and I don't know, other stuff can, and that produces the visual effect of it burning, and it also counts down a certain amount of time until the object will be destroyed. I think that's maybe the right way to do it, but I'm not sure. And then we treat a burner and burning as two separate things, which gives us a little bit more control. So if I set fire to something, it will have both of those objects. It will have the fact that it's burning and the fact it can burn something else, and I can kind of tweak the range of those things to make the gameplay work. Hi new folks in the chat. Hi Zydius. Hi Tom. Hi Jessers. Is it meant for profit? I don't know. I think people should make games as a hobby, and then if what they're making turns out to be good, then pursue it as a profit thing. I think in the indie games space, people that sit down and go, I've got to make a game, I've got to make some money, often don't make the best stuff. So, you know, do a passion project, make it realistically scoped, give yourself a deadline. But I think setting out to just try and make something that will sell is often not going to produce something that sells as well as setting out to make something that is weird and interesting. Okay. So we've got a burner. It doesn't do anything yet. And then... just thinking... trying to work through like what are the most common interactions people are going to want to do with the fire. So we take a torch from one place and we light other things with it. I didn't put a burner on the cauldron either, so I need to check that. So the torch should go out after a while, but they don't at the moment. But I will be kind of fixing that soon. Okay. So at the moment, this cauldron lights on an interaction with a torch. So we're going to get rid of that now, and we're going to make it light on an interaction with a burner, and that means that when you've got the fireball, you can go around lighting things with fireball instead of needing a torch, right? If lit equals false, then do all of this stuff. And then if I go to my room that's called the kitchen, we can test this. We can probably test this one out quite quickly. So the cauldron object here, it's set to automatically be lit. So I had it set up that way, so as I was playing the game, I could easily test cooking food. But we actually want that to be a mini puzzle where you need to light it yourself. So let's just check if that works. And what I should do really is make it easier to spawn a kitchen, but I don't have a quick debug way of doing that, so I'm just going to run around a little bit. I do have a quick debug way of giving myself keys, so if we get stuck here, I can just... I've put a cheat on the mouse wheel that puts my coins and keys up when I roll the mouse wheel up. We do need lots more traps for these grey rooms, but I'll get around to that at a later date. And waiting until we've got all of the fire stuff ready will be good, because we can have some flamethrower traps and stuff like that. Where's my kitchen? Ow. That's what happens if you run straight into a red room. Sometimes you get eaten. That monster is so easy to deal with, but if you're just running into every door you open immediately, you tend to just run straight into his mouth. Okay, what I'm going to do to test this quicker is I've got an init script that kind of builds the deck of rooms. Where is it? Is it in here? Is it in init rooms? And then we're going to find kitchen on there. This is basically every one of these entries is one of the rooms I've built, and you can see this one only has a like 1 in 5 chance to add the high rise. So these are late game rooms that you're not supposed to have at the beginning of the game, but I've just added a small chance for you to start off with them so that I can test them. And then what I can do as well is I can repeat one of these scripts. So at the moment I'm going to give the player 8 kitchens. So while we're testing this fire system, it's very easy to get a kitchen, and then we can test the lighting of the cauldrons and stuff. Okay, there's a kitchen. Cauldron's unlit. I'm going to fireball it. Doesn't seem to have done anything. Okay. So there's a couple of things we can test there. Let me just try again. Make a kitchen, and then we're going to make a ruin and try and get a torch and see if a torch will do it. Maybe it won't. That's okay. Torch is colliding with it. Okay, so that's not working at the moment. Let's go back and look at the cauldron. So when this should default to lit being false, which I think it was already. Then when it collides with a burner, when it collides with a burner, it should only work if it's not lit. Then it creates a Lumi, and it needs to also change its sprite. So how many tabs do I have open? Honestly, like, I'm not really aware of them. I don't really ever use that. So, okay, the cauldron. At the moment, what we're going to be doing first is just checking for objects that need to light each other. So we're not dealing with fire causing damage yet. We're dealing with fire causing state changes. So lighting a torch, lighting a cauldron, all of those kind of things. If we can sort that out first, then we've got the kind of puzzle element of the fire system in place. And then after that, we can start to think about, yeah. Yeah, Peter, I'll have a think about that in a minute when we get to setting other things on fire, because I don't know how much work that would create in terms of having to define it in lots of different objects. But I think, because a lot of the stuff in this game is quite binary. So, for example, I have solids, which are those bricks that make up the levels, And the fungus is the only one that I want to be flammable. So that might be a case where I make a special case just for that one, rather than making a generic fire interaction with every brick. But then items, which are like jars, things you can pick up, things you can throw, are quite generic, and there might be lots of them that we want to be able to burn. So I think making the system that Peter's talking about there would be probably the best way to approach that. So some of it's a case-by-case basis, and some of it's stuff we can make generic. But I'm going to do the specific stuff that enables the puzzles first. It's hard to call them puzzles because lighting something with a torch is barely a puzzle. But okay, so if this meets with a burner, make it lit, create a burner on it and a Lumi on it, and set the sprite to lit. I need to check that the fireball was making a burner properly. Ah, I know why. I know why this isn't working. It's because the Cauldron is using collision and the Lumi doesn't actually have any collision. So what we really need to do instead is say, instead of using a collision event, because I deliberately didn't use collision events, I wanted to use like radial distance to make it kind of maybe more performant. I don't know if it will be performant, but so if lit is false and distance to object nearest XY object burner. Okay. So if it's not lit and the distance to the nearest burner is less than the nearest burner's range, then it becomes lit. And what we probably need to do is, before we run that, is check that there are any burners that actually exist. Because otherwise, when we don't have any burners in the level, that code will throw a fit. So if there's more than one burner, then this is where this is the sort of stuff where I need to think about performance, but I will come back to that later. So if there is a burner in the level, if this Cauldron is not lit and the distance to the nearest burner is less than that burner's range, then the Cauldron will light. And if this works, then we've basically got the code for making anything else do a state change based on touching something burning. Okay, that's already... Right, we'll build a kitchen here. And then I'll try and light it with the fireball. Well, hey! Okay, so the fireball has changed the state of that into burning, and now that this is in the burning state, we can pop ingredients in it. You can't put ingredients in it when it's not lit, I don't think. So if I put a roux in there, I like it when you overstamp a room and the objects from the previous room fall down. This is like a tiny art meets UX thing, but I made it so that before you light the Cauldron, it has its little lid on. So it sort of explains why you can't put anything in there, and then when you light it, the lid comes off. That's cool. Okay, we want to try and light a Cauldron using a torch just to check that it's working with both the objects. I don't know why it wouldn't be. So that red circle is our debug showing us the range of the burner, which is much smaller than the range of the light, because we don't want things to be super easy to burn. There we go. Cool. And when we create a burner, I think we should have we can attach the sort of sound to the creation of the burner as well. So I'm going to do that now. As you know, I have a very sophisticated methodology for making sound effects. We are getting MSIMI, yeah. I mean, that was kind of always the plan. I had this system of you light a torch, you light something else with the torch, you burn some stuff with the torch. I had that right at the start, but because it was prototype stage, everything was very bespoke, and now I'm kind of making it a bit more generic. Okay, so this is take one. Something becoming burning that wasn't previously burning. That'll do. That's how we do sound effects here. Well, we can normalize it, I guess. Maybe pitch it down a bit so it doesn't sound quite so much like my mouth. It's a bit woofy in the low end. I strongly recommend, especially if you're making a cartoony game where you can get away with less realistic sound effects, just get Audacity and a mic. So quick. The amount of time I save rooting around on websites looking for sound effects. What's the word for ignite? Ignite, that's the word. Yep, that's the way sound people make sounds. And like what I do is I put stuff like that in as placeholder. A lot of it I tend to find it ends up not being placeholder and it's good enough anyway. And then if it's not good enough, then I add something else in later, and I either add something else in and remove the other thing, or I layer them up and it ends up sounding even better because you've layered stuff and it's sort of made the whole thing sound richer. So for example, Smashing Jars has a layer of an 8-bit sound and then layers of actual ceramic breaking, and it plays them both at the same time, and that sounds pretty good. So we'll go back to our burner object, and when a burner object gets created, I just need to find, I've got some code somewhere for measuring the distance to the player when I want to play a sound effect, so I just need to copy that from here because I can never remember it. And then burner, when we make a new burner object, we're going to play no. See, I know I could use this 3D sound stuff that's built in, but I haven't really got my head around it, so I've just been doing it manually. Gain will be 1 times the global sound effect setting. Put our dungeon synth back on. Times by that temporary variable. And we don't need to randomize the pitch because it won't happen very often, so. There we go. It communicates what's happened, and that's the most important thing. I think getting sound effects in that just communicate what is occurring as quick as possible could be quite important. I will be honest with you, feeding the mouth, I'm not really sure what it does yet. I want it to interact with the deck building, so if you feed the mouth a certain amount of something, you get another room in your deck or something strange like that, but I haven't quite worked out how that's going to work yet. It's another day problem. Oh look, I overwrote my kitchen with a dungeon room, and now the cauldron is in the dungeon, and I can cook in the dungeon. Shout out to whoever it was on the community post the other day that realised that I was basically just remaking the 80s trapdoor game on some level. I think I am. Just making like Spelunky meets trapdoor, which isn't a good marketing strapline because I think people only know what trapdoor is if they're like British people over 30, you know? But if you don't know what trapdoor is, you should go and watch Trapdoor because it's delightful. So I put this posterize effect on the whole game where it's not on the UI, but it's on the game world. And I really like what it's done to these poison clouds. I like the sort of sighing sound that the mouth makes because it, I mean, it's clearly trying to eat you, right? But it also makes it sound sort of pathetic. Like the red is just an all-consuming force. It's not necessarily evil, it's just antithetical to life, you know? Don't know if you've seen the film Annihilation, but that's how I imagine my red rooms. It's like an alien thing that will kill you and everything else. It's not doing it out of malice. It doesn't have any ability to be conscientious about what it's doing. It's just pure chaos, nurgle, destruction, with no human conscious element, you know. And then to get out through the teleporter, there's a horrible thing in the way, so I need to go and punch it. I've got the relic. This is a relic that gives you a red coin whenever you defeat a monster, which means if I punch these things, then I get a coin. Although this one needs to stop gassing itself up because I can't jump up there without dying now. Yeah, the cake, that's a really good shout. I think that's kind of the thing I was thinking of. Or maybe after you feed the red root, because if you feed the mouth enough, it goes away, it sort of fades away, and it uncovers whatever door it's on. I was thinking it could create a room that was the belly, and it had all this like acid stuff in. And maybe you get something in that room depending on what you fed it. Or maybe it just unlocks that room because you fed it enough food and it doesn't really care what it was. Yeah, the coloured lighting is doing quite a lot to make this game feel a lot more alive, I think. There's also some really subtle stuff going on with the posterize effect. So if you do like any kind of Photoshop, you'll know what posterize does. It like crunches down the number of colours. But I think occasionally I'm switching it between like 7 levels and 8 levels and going back and forth, which creates some little flickers in certain places. So that's fun. I had a lot of fun over the last week just doing a sort of beautification pass and playing around with VFX and stuff. Okay, so we can light a cauldron. That's a good start. And now we need to look at how the torches work, because what I want is for most torches to start lit. Yeah, so every time you find a torch in a dungeon, it will usually start lit. And then I want it to be so that if you break down a branch in the forest, it becomes an unlit torch, and you can light that. That was kind of the set of interactions that I had planned out. That's just going to make sure that all of the torches that we spawn in a dungeon or a ruin are already lit. I think they already are anyway, but that will catch it. And then we don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. So we're creating interactions now using how long have I been developing this game? 3 or 4 months, I would say. Although the first month it was just a platformer prototype and I hadn't really worked out the whole room drafting, building stuff. And then I played Blueprints and I was like, what if I put room drafting in my platformer? That would be interesting. Okay. So that can go. So the thing with the torches as well is they've got... This is the sprite for when they're not lit. And then when they are lit, it's supposed to like speed up the animation speed and play these ones as well. So I'm just gonna check that all works. And I want to work out whether... Oh yeah, so now that a burner has an amount of life, we can actually kind of customize this. So lifespan equals 1,000, and then if relic list dot endless torch. So we've already got a relic that makes your torches never go out. So we'll set the lifespan, and then if we've got the endless torch relic, we'll set lifespan to -1, because -1 is infinite in this system. And then we set the Lumi and the burner of this to be the lifespan, I think. And then we say if lit equals true, we do all this. And then I guess we just do an alarm. Yeah, okay, alarm 7 is already there, so we'll do alarm set 7 set by lifespan. And that also means that if the lifespan is infinite, then the alarm won't go on. So if we have the infinite torches, then we're all set, it still works. And then when alarm 7 goes off, we set lit to false, which is mainly just used to change the image speed. So when image speed should be 0, but if it's lit, then we set it to a faster number. Okay, when alarm 7 goes off, we do this stuff to extinguish the torch, and then we destroy and actually I think what I need to do here is I need to make my Lumi and my burner into local variables rather than... Yeah. Local variables so that they can be accessed from here. So a torch will go out after a certain amount of time, and it will lose its little light up effect, which is what Lumi is here. It will lose its ability to burn other things. So what we should see is the little red ring around a torch goes away after a while, and the light goes away after a while. Yeah, I didn't realize that I was making trapdoor, and it's funny because the character is a golem, so they're supposed to be made of clay as well. So the idea of this being some sort of like claymation world is kind of already baked in. I think when you die on a run, I'm going to make it so that the wizard you're a ball of clay and it sort of throws you up in the air, and then you splat and become a lem again. The gnome shop keeps going behind trees. So I just want a ruin so I can get some torches now. Torch, please. What a build. Just 2 kitchens. Okay. So this is a torch. It should have set a timer and it should go out. And 1,000 frames isn't that many, so we should see that go out. I'll try and use it in the meantime, so like that with it. Yep, torch gone out. Okay. And I think what's happening there, the reason it's glowing is because when the character turns, I redraw the sprite that they're carrying to position it better in the hands. And I think some stuff is not getting picked up about which animation frame to draw there. So I think what I'm going to do is just, instead of messing around with that too much, is just have a lit and unlit version of the sprite. It's going to fix this problem quicker. So unlit only has the first frame. Lit only has the glowy frames. And then we go back to the torch object and we get rid of this stuff to do with image speed and stuff like that. And instead we say sprite index equals... Oh, hang on. What's the default? Yeah, okay, the default is unlit. Whenever the torch is lit, it becomes the lit sprite. And when alarm 7 goes off, it becomes the unlit sprite. I mean, the other thing is with TV shows is that they get played for way after the time when they're made, right? I think Trapdoor is actually as old as me, but it was still on TV in the 90s. The torches seem a bit rare, but I don't want to tweak it now because I think they're probably the right rarity. There's a couple of positions that a torch can spawn in any grey room and then it goes away. Okay, so that torch has gone out. I don't have the code in place to light torches, so we need to put that, and then I would be able to go back and relight my torch in the kitchen. So if I go to the Cauldron and grab the code that we just wrote for lighting the Cauldron, and I put that in the torch. Again, this isn't super efficient, this isn't the best way of doing it, but I think the system of like carrying stuff around to light things is pretty unique unto itself. And then right, when we get lit, we're gonna do this. Get lit! All of that stuff the same. Yeah, so I was born in 86, so I killed Trapdoor, apparently, with my birth. Okay. And just so we've got enough to test in one go, I think, I'm pretty sure that's just going to work, so we can leave it for a moment. Let's start thinking about burning the fungus, because I think that's going to be a really key use of the torches, because the thing with the fungus is it can spread and block the level, right? And if you build a really big level because you're more advanced in the game, you've got more keys, then there's more chance that your route back to the start of the level to cash out your coins is going to be blocked by this stuff. So then the torches, you know, they get this new functionality of like you can use them to burn this stuff. cooking a weapon. Yeah, that would be fun. That's very going down the route of sort of ImSim platformer, which is sort of what we've been doing anyway. So my main rule for the interactions is I don't want to have an inventory. There's an inventory of relics because once you pick them up, you've got them. But I don't want to have like anything where you need to manage an inventory like Terraria. So anything where you can just pick up the object and then throw it, and throwing it gives it another use, like a potion that smashes or something, is kind of perfect. Deadly pizza. I mean, I have an axe at the moment, and it would be really funny if you could just make a piece of food that was also an axe. And it was exactly the same shape as an axe. But it was a pizza. Amazing. I think that would be like all of the recipes currently only need 2 objects, so we need maybe a tomato and a cheese, and it makes a pizza. Okay, so what I want to do is I don't want to add more status types until I've worked out some other stuff. The other thing I want to do is when something has got... So the fireball has its own little VFX that looks pretty nice. And then this fire is sort of hand-drawn, which I kind of like. Like, I don't really want to change that. I like it. The torches could be better visually. So what I'm trying to work out is whether... I think I probably just do that on a case-by-case basis, because I think the torches, when they're burning, they could have a particle or something, so that we get a little spread of particles when you're jumping. So let me just see what the fireball is doing, and apply it to the torches whenever the torches are lit. This is it. Okay. Flames, fire sparks, fire sparks. I'll leave that there as well, because maybe I need both the original thing and the new thing. I love this generic system, because now it means that I've got the fireball. I can just test everything that you could do with a torch with a fireball, and it should do the same thing. That platform is broken, and it's always broken when I spawn that room. That one is like it as well. I need to fix that at some point, but I'm not sure why it's doing it. I think maybe the torches are a bit too rare, so what we're going to do is just quickly... Just because you get to see how my level design works now as well. So every room has a pre-built room like this, and then all of the objects are in it. They're in a hidden layer, because hiding them stops them showing on the preview. And I don't want to show the player all of these things, because they don't all actually spawn. And then each of them, I click on it, and it has a variable that is... chance to spawn. So each of these torches only has a 20% chance to spawn. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through these, and I think what I will do, I've got dungeons and ruins as my grey rooms, and the distinction is that a ruin goes down to up, and then it has 2 doors at the top. Because last week I made a bunch of these rooms bigger because the game was feeling very, very tight, and it was not making good use of the platforming, because most of the time you were like going down very narrow bits like this. So I made a lot of the rooms bigger in the last week or so. And then I decided that there were too many rooms where you came in one door, ran straight across the room and opened the next door. So all of the grey rooms now, the theme of the grey rooms is they have treasure in, they have traps in, they don't have monsters in, they have traps in that you can see and avoid if you want to. And they all make you switch. They all make you go vertically to get through the room. So the ruins go from the floor upwards and they have some spikes in and some other stuff in. And then the dungeons are the same thing going top to bottom. Oh, I just need to make sure I turned off that layer. If I don't turn the preview layers off, then they appear in the game when we do our room previews. The dungeons go top to bottom, and they also have one of these rooms in that has a relic in. So that mark is a randomly spawning relic, and this is a dungeon door. You haven't actually seen how the dungeon doors work, but I'll show you next time we run the game. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the dungeons a much higher chance of spawning a torch. So you've got dungeons, just generally you're incentivized to go for them because ruins don't have as much stuff in. Some of this will just be stuff that people kind of learn and pick up as they play the game. So I'll put a lot more torches in the dungeon. I should really make these so that when they initially spawn they have their physics turned off and they can be up there on the wall, but for now they'll just spawn on the floor. So dungeons can have a lot more torches. Turn the preview layer off so we don't see those in the game. I'll do the same here. So now when I'm playing, I know an easier way to get torches, which is to deliberately pick the dungeon. And I also think that's probably going to be a better player experience because players can eventually learn that dungeons usually have a torch in, and then they can try and deliberately spawn torches by having a dungeon. Yeah, that's enough, I think. So we've doubled the amount of torches in dungeons. And then I'll show you what happens when you get one of those dungeon doors, because it's quite fun. And it's one of the interactions between the deck building and the platforming that I'm quite proud of. So if I open a dungeon, I'm just going to get rid of that egg so we don't get a monster. Whee! We open a dungeon. There's a relic in there I want to get. Now, sometimes I can get the relic by building around and making a hole in the wall, but that's quite difficult. So the other way I can get the relic is by opening this door, which has this kind of ivory type keyhole on. Now, if I keep spawning grey rooms and trying to get a certain type of jar, we get a certain type of jar that only spawns if you've got one of those, or one of those visible. Oh, I messed it up. Too many spikes. Oh, that's with the new particle effects. Okay. They don't look great, but we'll fix that in a bit. Okay, we've got a dungeon door, and now we're looking for a dungeon key. So... Dungeon key, when you're going to spawn. Give myself some more keys. Do this a couple of times. So yeah, the dungeon is not an easy combo of things to do. Bearing in mind part of the upgrade pathway in this game is starting off with more keys, so... What I should do is just go into my deck manager and give myself like 10 dungeons, and then this wouldn't be a problem. There it is. Okay, so you can see this little jar. It's like a cursed jar with a skull on. And if I smash that, I get the key for that door. The relic has gone. I don't know what's happened to the relic. I get the key for that door, and I can carry it up there and put it in. So it's kind of like the Spelunky chest key. But we also should see a dude in a second who's going to spawn. There's a wraith that comes after you. Maybe spawn too far away. Although I might get another one if I keep going. The wings will eventually be attached to a relic, yeah. I stuck these in a couple of days ago just to see if I could make that jump work. And, yeah, they will eventually be like a really late game upgrade thing. So they kind of are equivalent of the Spelunky jetpack. And they're going to be linked to the fairies in some way, but I'm not sure how. If I just start a new run and I build a couple of green rooms, which is really hard at the moment because I've given us 8 kitchens, which is making the deck a bit broken. How did I take the gameplay prototype and come up with it? So I had a kind of vibe for the world, and I knew I wanted to do this weird mix of sort of post-apocalyptic and fantasy and stuff like that. And I think a lot of the stuff came out of... If you play... So a lot of smaller indies don't do this, right? And that's probably just because it's a smaller team, they don't have a writer and stuff like that. But if you play a lot of the more polished roguelikes, they have a what's called a lampshade on the loop, right? So lampshading in writing is when you do something to like deliberately account for something weird or unbelievable in the story, right? So when I say lampshading the loop, what I mean is they build the narrative around why the character is going round and round through this same thing, right? So Deathloop does this, it's in the title. Hades does this. Rogue Legacy does this. All of the kind of like higher end roguelikes do this. So yeah, I needed to come up with a reason why you were able to summon rooms, and a reason why you were doing it, and why everything went away again. And that is when I sort of, and I also, in terms of art direction, if we go through this teleporter, right, we've got this horrible, grungy, sort of looks like something out of Quake teleporter. But it's not just a teleporter, it actually deconstructs the whole level. So you can actually cancel it mid-thing and jump around in the broken level. So that takes you back to the castle, which is underdeveloped, doesn't have much in yet. And then here's your boss, and everything is desaturated. And you can give him some food, and he'll give you some crystals so you can upgrade and stuff like that. I think a lot of the time I start with kind of creative direction, and then I build the story for the thing around that. So for me, this part of the game where you're going and meeting your boss is very much based on stuff like let's do some live mood boarding. This movie by the guy that made Amelie, I'm pretty sure this movie was the inspiration for about 50% of what is in BioShock, although it's never credited as such. This is a very strange sort of dark fantasy steampunk kids film. I don't know if it's really a kids film, it's too scary. But I often start with like creative direction and vibe, and then I'm like, what can I do in the story that has that? So the idea is that you're working for the wizard, and you're in a castle at the end of time, and the wizard is sending you out to collect relics and do his bidding and stuff. But basically nearly nothing in the universe still exists. And that device that you teleport to and from the castle with is this sort of matter manipulator, and that's what allows you to spawn the room. And that means that, like, when you're spawning the room, they basically are like chunks of things from different time periods, which is why we've got a fairy tale gnome and some fairies. But then if you look at the background in the ruins, they have like rusted pipes, and they're basically modern buildings. So we're drawing like things that have existed from the void of time and temporarily building this little world out of them, and that's kind of what's going on there. So yeah, basically all of the story stuff, I kind of have my game mechanics I want to do. I have aesthetics that I'm interested in, because this was like, I guess, inspired by kind of late 70s, early 80s fantasy art, and also just kind of grungy looking. I think in my first devlog I talked about Mighty Max toys, like these tiny little toys that were around in the early 90s that were like mask poly pockets, and the color scheme for this game is still very much based on those. This sort of like lurid psychedelic with lots of black in the background kind of thing. And then yeah, it's like I think a lot of it is just kind of following what you think is cool and then discarding things that don't fit and trying to make something that fits it all together. And I think that's just how you end up with something interesting, really. Yeah, I really think that I think that even if you're making a game, even if it doesn't really have a story, you still should think about all these thematic things, because they help you make decisions later on to make everything else make sense. So for example, there's some VFX in the game that are part of that. So when you use the whatever this device is to go home, everything, when it kind of dematerializes, it all goes bright green, right? It's kind of a Pacific Drive type thing of like, reality is becoming unstable, and it goes bright green because I had that association with, I guess, like Hammer Horror and like what was his name, Ed Woodward, those like B movies where they always use that bright sort of Halloween green to sort of show some sort of bad science is going on. And then but then you can also see when I open a door, it goes green as well, right? So it's all the same thing happening. It's like this device is some sort of matter manipulator, and it goes green when you charge it up to go home, and it also goes green when you... I think whenever your game has some like magic or some weird technology or something in it, like thinking about the design of that in terms of what it communicates, in terms of how things work in the world, is really helpful. It's kind of like the most basic version of that is like Jedis have green lightsabers, Sith have red lightsabers, that kind of thing, right? You can get quite a lot out of that way of thinking. You know, relics are purple, so the book is purple. The book of relics is purple and pink, and the glows around relics are purple, right? So it's using all of the kind of magical and technological things to communicate stuff about the gameplay. One of the problems I had with Cult of the Lamb, actually, I love Cult of the Lamb, it's a great game. I want to go back and play it because I didn't play it before they added all of the stuff about like characters having babies and stuff like that. I really, really like Cult of the Lamb, but the game is so black and red that sometimes you can't see what's going on. Okay. We've got lots of stuff working. We can light stuff with torches. We can light torches on stuff. And now we want stuff to be able to set on fire and burn. We can do that at the level of the generic item. So we have item parent, and all of these things are items. So a goat is an item, a crystal is an item. So we could give things in this category like a flammability, where they become on fire depending on that. But I also want to take into account what the player is trying to do, and I don't want to like make everything really flammable. So I would maybe rather think from the point of view of like, what are things that you definitely want to burn with the torch first and make that work, and then maybe there are some things here that can be destroyed in a fire. But I don't want to go fully down the really simulationist route of like, it's really hard to use fire in the game because everything sets on fire, and you know, if a goat jumps through a campfire, they just automatically go up in flames and stuff like that. So need to kind of think this one through a little bit, I think. And let's just go back to the torch and look at those VFX, because they were looking a bit over the top. Just take that flame particle out of there. So spawn VFX equals fire sparks. I quite like the sort of mix of like a hand-drawn fire and a couple of little particles at the same time. I think that looks nice. I know. If I put the particle generator for the torch in a deeper layer, so it's behind the torch, we might get something better. This is really like minute polish stuff that I shouldn't be doing right now, but I also find you need to go back and forth between the stuff you need to do and the stuff you want to do, otherwise you get bored very easily. I do wonder if the fireball should be something that once you've unlocked it, you've just got it for the rest of the game, because it is so fun. Like, smashing things with it is really, really fun. I want a dungeon, please. Thank you. There we go. That's better. That will do for now. So leaving a trail of particles is still probably too many, but I'll do my booty shuffle up the torch, up the rope. Like that one. Just enough time to do that before the torch goes out. Excuse me. Okay, so something is happening there with our torches. They get lit properly the first time. When you relight them, yeah, it's because I'm not setting lit to true when I light it, so. So what I could do with the I'm going to do something bespoke for the fungus first, and then use that to think through other stuff that I might want to do with other things that can burn. So let's just do the fungus first, though, because the fungus doesn't really fit into any other category. It is a block, so it's not an item, and it's the only block that I really want to be able to burn. Maybe we do something with burnable trees later on, but I don't see that being like productive or interesting for the player. Unless we end up with like a much more combat-heavy game with loads of stuff flying around in the trees and you want to kill it with fire. But at the moment, that's not really the type of game this is. Okay, so over player. We're gonna check. We're basically gonna do the stuff that we did to light the cauldron. I'm trying to get better at doing kind of generic ways of doing things, but sometimes you just need to go through the bespoke version first to work out how you want it to behave. Okay. So a fungus chunk is looking for a burner, and we're not going to use lit here. It's going to check if there's a burner. Okay, and then we put all of this stuff down there. Okay, if it comes into contact with something burning, it is going to create its own Lumi and its own burner that only exist for a single frame. And it will also produce a particle. And then we'll do a random check to see if it gets destroyed. So we'll go if random range 0, 1 is less than or equal to other dot strength. Actually, I'll do it up here. So we can cut out some code if we need to. Okay, so if there's a burner in range of the fungus chunk, we do a random roll and we see if that is lower than the strength of the burner. And if it is, then we destroy this block. And if not, we do all the other stuff. Maybe when we destroy the block, if it's going up in flames, we want to do a bunch of particles there as well, but we'll see. Now, there's a chance that this is going to make a horrific sound because it's every time a burner is created, it does a little ignite sound, but we'll see. No torches for me. Yeah, they're kind of coloured lights, so kind of making it feel a bit Animal World now, which is cool. Because I really like Animal World from a kind of creative point of view, but I couldn't. I think I had that puzzle game experience where I hit a particular part of it and I couldn't work out what to do, and then I just put it down for ages and didn't pick it up again. Okay, we'll build a nest. We go in here. We relight the torch at the cauldron. We jump in here. Okay. So we're checking the wrong thing with strength. So let's go back here. If random array. Okay, so actually what we do need to do is check the strength of the nearest burner instance. That's what we need to do. Checking the nearest doesn't account for like when there are two things in range that trigger the thing, but that's such a weird edge case that I don't think it really matters. Yeah, the art style has really come out from me just working with my constraints over a long period of time and just adding a little bit at a time. Okay. What just happened there? Okay, so the torch is relighting itself when it gets when it touches a burner, and that shouldn't be happening. So let me just check. No, that's not what's happening. The fungus is relighting the torch. The dungeon synth was getting a bit too classical for me there, so... The Toad King? That sounds good for me. Yeah. I'm playing Dungeon Synth mainly because this is what I imagine the music for the game to be like, so I'm going to get copyright strikes on this stream, but like less than 1,000 people watch these, so it doesn't matter. Art style, what was I referencing? Let's get my mood board up, because I got a mood board for this. So, City of Lost Children was the thing for the base. What have I got in here? It's not in here. I think it's in my Miro actually. Here we go. Ah, here we go. Yeah, here's where I started. So, I put this together when I was making a video, I think, which is why it's got some random stuff. So, I started off with someone else's ZX Spectrum template. And I also saw this game. This is one of our community members who's on our Discord who'd made this RPG Maker game using a ZX Spectrum palette. And I thought that was really neat. So I actually started off just making a game where every entity or block could only be one color. I wasn't intending to make a retro game or to stick to that, but it was a really helpful constraint because it allowed me to develop an art style. So the kind of, even like the feet on my character are still taken from this Dizzy Egg type thing. And then over time it became a knight, and then I realized I didn't want players to see the character and think it was a fighting character, so I changed it to a golem. And then golems are like a servant of someone else, so I ended up thinking of like, who are the scariest wizards? And I ended up kind of going down that route of thinking of my two references. I'm going to put them on here now, actually, so we've got a memory of this. But Vigo from Ghostbusters, like, I'm basically trying to pick a load of stuff that freaked me out or made me feel a sense of wonder when I was a kid. And our sort of boss character, who is like the antagonist and the quest giver in this game, I'm thinking of Vigo, and I'm thinking of the baddie from Time Bandits, this guy, who is Jermaine Clement in the new one, which is very funny. This guy. So we've got, you work for an evil boss, but you're a golem, so you don't really know that you're evil, you're just doing whatever. And then I was thinking of these kind of toys. So this is the color palette that your toys had. If you were a dude and you were a kid in 1991, or you liked toys that were designed for dudes, this was the color palette. It was this kind of gross psychedelic color palette that, and I sort of feel like the game still uses this to an extent. And then, yeah, biological psychedelia. So stuff like Princess Mononoke. No, that's not that's Nausicaa, which is my favorite Studio Ghibli film, I think, just for this location design. And I really like sort of deep time sci-fi stuff. This is Book of the New Sun. And these are some like just initial sketches where I was sort of working out how to draw the sorts of things I wanted to draw. This is all on a tablet app called Resprite, which is like A-Sprite, but has some features I really like these texture brushes. So a lot of the art in the game I haven't actually done in that app. So a lot of the smaller pieces of art I do directly in Game Maker, but these things, these facades that make up the backdrop of the rooms, the bigger pieces, these ones, these are ones that I draw on a tablet in the same method. So I quite like the way they come out. They look a bit like those kind of granny tapestries with the kind of crunchy pixel art. And then, yeah, sort of biological psychedelic stuff. So this is Roger Dean, I think. Roger Dean did a bunch of fantasy art for like prog covers in the 70s. And then actually, I only found out recently that this Psygnosis art style, like Altered Beast and stuff, I thought it was just based on Roger Dean, but apparently he actually did a load of art for them and they just used it in multiple games. I would love to see some sort of documentary about that, if someone makes it. And also stuff like this. This is Max Ernst's Europe After the Rain. I just really like this tone of stuff, and I think Nausicaa is a really good example of that. Stuff that creeps you out and is pretty at the same time. That's like my happy place. Something that makes you feel this sort of like sense of wonder and also slightly uncomfortable at the same time. That's kind of what fairy tales are, right? Like when you're a kid and someone is reading you a Grimm's fairy tales like Hansel and Gretel, it's this sense of like, oh, I want to know, I'm excited and I want to know what happens, but this is creeping me out. That's kind of my experience of fairy tales when I was a kid. So we're doing post-apocalyptic and fairy tale at the same time. We're doing existential dread, like this bit from Time Bandits where the kid is suddenly on this game show and he's trying to get to his parents, and there's just these massive voids that you can fall down. Terrifying. And yeah, that's kind of, I think that one might still be in the game. But yeah, that's where it all came from, really. And that's how you steal stuff in a way that's productive, is you steal so many things at once and you mix them together in a big sort of influence gumbo. And yeah, you end up with something that feels relatively unique because of the amount of different things that go together. I mean, Bioshock's a good example. Bioshock is like City of Lost Children, Art Deco, sort of retro sci-fi from the 1950s, 60s. It's loads of things put together, and you end up with something that is really unique and strange. And that's kind of how you do creative direction. And in the context of a game, you then do the stuff I was talking about earlier, which is like narrative design where, you know, instead of writing a big story, you go, okay, here are my game mechanics, here are my things you need to collect, why? And then you start tying the art and those things together by designing objects, like this is what a teleporter looks like and why it looks like that. Here's who made the teleporter. That's why the teleporter looks like this particular type of technology, you know? It's all of that kind of thinking. Like world building, but doing it through visuals rather than writing. Okay, so just trying to fix the fungus when it's on fire. I think I might have made something wrong on my torches and stuff. The torches have an infinite burner on because I did a copy paste error here. I should put some little swords sticking out of the bonfire to make it a Dark Souls reference. Yes, Annihilation is a very good reference as well. Annihilation is very much in that wheelhouse of things that are beautiful and scary at the same time. I love that film. I haven't read the book. Apparently, the book is like a totally different story, but still the same sort of vibe, and I would like to check that out at some point. Right, let's try burning some fungus again. Okay. So it takes quite a long time to burn it. It doesn't make a very good sound because it's just repeating the same sound, but let's try that again if we can. I need to make the torches read a bit better because playtester said it looked like an acorn, and I haven't really gone back and fixed that yet. Okay. If I leave the torch next to the fire, it should just keep lighting itself again. Oh, my fireballs should also burn the nest, so if I just... But they're not in contact very often, so maybe this is where modifying the strength of flames comes in. I can light the torch with the fireball. That's so satisfying. Okay, so okay, it loosely does what we want it to do, but I don't know. We should be able to burn this with a fireball as well, so maybe I need to just up the strength on some of these burners when they're produced. So I would say that fireball should have like a 1 in 3 chance of like destroying a block when it hits it. Oh, what's going on there? Something has happened. A spoon. Let's do it. Wait, hang on. Let's do it now. I do love this sprite editor. I can come back to it. It still has layers. Okay. I need a bit more sideways space on this. Okay, resize the canvas to be 24 that way. So it's the size of a full block. I actually drew these by drawing on it while it was moving, which is one of my favorite things that you can do in GameMaker. So you can make sprites that draw them as they're moving. Very cool. Okay, so we're going to make a static layer down here. The ancient weaponry of the chefs of old. They put one sword there so people get it's like a Dark Souls bonfire. But then there's also a spoon. I like that idea, Cake. Because also this game is basically the Dark Souls of cozy cooking games. Right? So I feel like that's a nice reference. Spork. Yeah, let me get rid of that one. So I feel like they need to be over an angle actually. It's quite hard to make it read right with this many pixels. So we'll draw it from that side and we'll have a spork and like a big broadsword thing. That's already looking a bit sporky up the top. Not enough pixels for what I need to draw. Make it a bit thicker. There we go. There's our spork, and then our just more standard Dark Souls sword with a nice big pommel. There we go. Do I have to manually plonk this on each one? I think I do, because I made so many frames. Truly the Dark Souls of sporks. It also creates a sense of, like, who needs a spork that big? Uh-oh. It's the mouth monster spork. The veil. I mean, you can barely see them, but they're there. Hello, goat. Eat a carrot. Yeah, I mean, I feel like campfire variation would be a stretch goal at this stage, but okay. We've got a lot of the fire stuff working that I had before, which is good. It's now even better because we've got a fireball. And yeah, let's just first off, I will test things with the fireball. The fireball is such a good debug tool. Honestly, I cannot recommend more that you just make fun features that are basically the god mode for your game, and then make them late game unlocks. It's like killing two birds with one stone. I've got a very easy way to test my my fire mechanics out, and also something for players to aim to unlock as well. Okay, so that should have a 1 in 10 chance for every frame it's close enough to the... Although maybe it's because the range on the fireball isn't very far, so it's not actually getting far enough to touch things before it gets destroyed. You should be able to cook meat with a fireball, yeah. Yeah, I did so much... Okay, that broke that time. That was doing something. So the burner strength needs to be much higher. 80%. That seems too high, but... I mean, it wasn't breaking very often. Okay. The thing is, the reason why I'm doing things based on percentages is that most things in this world don't really have a concept of health. And part of that is because I don't want to get too granular with things like upgrades and stuff, you know? So, like, if you think of Mario, or like Spelunky is like a good example. Most enemies, you whip them and they die. And then the other enemies that have can take more than one hit, it's actually a state change. So you whip them once, they go into a dazed state, and then they come back and then you whip them again and they die. So I'm trying to avoid doing too much stuff with just like straight up health of things, because you end up with like very small micro upgrades on things. I think one thing I can do is when the fireball actually detonates, so when a fireball is destroyed, we'll make an additional like flare, like a quick flare, so it does an extra range on the moment it detonates. I think that will kind of get us closer to the sort of thing we're looking for. So when a fireball detonates, it will create a life equals, so for 3 frames it will create a bigger one of these, so slightly bigger blast radius. You can see it's doing like a sort of nova when it... I'm just trying to... I feel like having health systems with actual amounts of health fits a certain type of gameplay, and because I want so much of this to be based on the platforming skill and the way you draft the runes, I sort of want things to be a bit more binary, you know, like a certain thing happens and you lose a heart. And yeah, I just don't like it when games get too granular with certain things, because it just often leads to a place where this isn't like a big deal necessarily, but you often end up with stuff that is just very bitty, And I want it to be so, like, you pick up a relic and that's like you can do a totally different thing. So there's like a general design approach, I guess, of that. There's plenty of games that I like that are you upgrade a thing 10%, but it's definitely not what I'm going for here. So there's stuff like just random items. I'm not sure whether I want them to be burnable. Do I want it so that fireballing a mushroom destroys it? I don't know. Not sure. But because they are all a generic item type, I can make some logic that handles interactions with burners for all of them. And then at some point we need to do the classic, like, some puzzles where you light certain things, you know? Maybe there's some sort of magical brazier type thing. Is that what it's called? No, a brazier's a bra, isn't it? A brazier. I don't know how you pronounce it. That's not taking an object. Why is that? Why are you not taking that object? Oh, it's because it already had... Huh. That's weird. I made some soup. I'll take my soup back to my boss. There you go. He gives me some gems. I could use them to start off with another key, but I only have 2. So yeah, the game loop that I've got is very, very simple, but at least gives you a sense of what the progression in the game would be. So every time you bring the boss food that he hasn't had, he gives you 2 gems. And every time you collect 100 coins, they turn into a gem on the way back. So you're kind of... You end up with a goal of, okay, I'm always trying to get at least 100 coins, but if I can get 200 or 300, then that's fantastic. And I'm always trying to take some sort of snack back for the boss man. And I think you can remember like 5 things, and then it sort of resets and you can give him stuff he's had before. But there's no... He doesn't differentiate between like a carrot and a bowl of soup. So that just... It kind of... My theory is that that will auto-balance, because if you just pick like a piece of fruit and take it back, he's fine with that. But if you try and do that twice in a row, then he's like, nuh-uh, you gave me one of those yesterday. It doesn't give you anything. So it sort of auto-balances, because the more common objects you give him, the more he needs a rare object, because he's had all the common objects kind of thing. I think that's kind of the way I'm thinking about with it. Maybe at some point you can drug him so he's more forgetful and he doesn't remember as many items. That might be some sort of late game strategy for being able to... Oh, look. Look at the lovely purple light that we're getting off of the relic in the dungeon room. That's cool. Well, look, Cake, I don't think you're far off what the plan might be for the end game. Lighting a torch off another torch. Amazing. But people, you know, will go, oh, people are making roguelikes because they're popular now. I think people neglect that from a craft perspective. It's just so much fun to make a game that surprises you. Like, oh yeah, of course torches can light other torches. I built it to do that, but I didn't deliberately build it to do that. And now we've got the relic, the Pyromancer's Periapt, which is your torches don't go out. Let's see if that actually works now. So we have pink torches. The pink torch animation doesn't look very good, but it'll do for now. And they should stay lit indefinitely. Fire and banana. Okay, so I think something has happened there where the permanent version of the torch is not producing light and it's not producing a burner. I'm glad I put that debug on the burner, so when you've got the Pyromancer's Periapt, we should get... spikes are doing something silly there. We should get a burner, which we don't currently have, and we should get a Lumi, but the Lumi should be pink now, right? So you're carrying around a pink torch. Yeah, like, I don't even have to do any level design for this game. I make these individual rooms, and I try and make sure there's some fun to how you put them together. But I don't have to do level design. You see that yellow and red bar at the top is my debug, and it's slowly crawling up in terms of how much CPU is being eaten. The thing is, I've been adding all this stuff in, and every time I do a proper debug session and look at what it is, it's never the stuff I think it is that's eating all of the CPU, so... Some of it is probably just that I need to turn things off when they're out of the room, when they're off the screen, and I haven't worked out a good way of doing that yet, so... Okay, torch. We need to catch that case. So this is the stuff that happens if you've got the Endless Torches relic. It just draws a different fire version on. And we'll see. Okay. So lifespan equals... Oh. Yeah, that's right. So if something is made with a lifespan of -1, it should just carry on existing, but it's not happening. So I think there's something to do with here? No. Okay, let's just fix that here. If global is false, then we set the alarm. And we don't set the alarm to extinguish the torch if we have that relic. Yeah, I did have some code that was supposed to make things invisible if they were off screen, but I think I need to do more than that. I think basically I have a lot of checks for, oh, is there one of these nearby? And some of those I need to stop them earlier, you know? If there's not something within a reasonably big range. But, yeah, that's not exciting stuff to do on the stream, but I will... I'm going to update the itch build in the next week at some point when I get time. And before I do that, I will probably do a couple of quick things to try and optimize so that it's not slowing down too much for people who have slower machines or whatever. If I give myself loads of keys and I make like 40 rooms or something, it does really start to slow down then, but... Part of it is because I didn't build my game with tile maps, I built it with objects, but... I knew that was not the best practice and I was just like... This is going to allow me to do more, so... Let's see if we can get Mr. Wraith to spawn this time. Okay, I've smashed your special jar, Mr. Wraith. Are you going to come and get me this time? Does he come when you smash the jar or when you open the door? I can't remember. So I take that key to there. Oh, there he is. Ah. The way the Wraith works is if he touches you, you lose a heart, which would have killed me then. But it also shuffles a bunch of useless rooms into your deck that are just called Void. And they're just like a single room with a hole in the bottom. Yeah, the next game I make after this is going to not have any world physics in it. It's going to be like an interface simulator type thing or something like that. Because I'm sick of doing that stuff. Like, I didn't even do all of it in this myself. I started off with a template. I've had other people fix bits of it for me. Just not very good at it. It's almost like games physics requires you to understand physics. It's funny that, isn't it? And people forget that there are all of these different subdisciplines in games programming, and they rely on you understanding different things from different bits of maths and physics, and it's not just like programming is one thing. Like, no, sometimes programming is physics, and sometimes it's trigonometry, and sometimes it's just like algebraic logic, and Okay, so that time we got 200 gold. I'm very, very cheating by using the fairy wings, and I have no idea where we're going. Where's the oh, exit's up there. Okay, so it's like a cursed cloud. There you go. And you go back to the castle with your gems, and if you've got an item of food, it flies with you on that animation as well, which is quite funny because you get like a bowl of soup hurtling through space. And then you throw him his bowl of soup. Eventually, the way I see this castle working is there'll be some other rooms that are to do with like unlocking new rooms and stuff like that. And you'll like come back here, give him his food, you know, go and spend crystals on different things. At the moment, it's just you can increase your max health or you can increase your starting keys, and that's it. But eventually there'll be some other stuff. And I want to have a little kitchen that records what the wizards recently had to eat, so you can play a memory game of seeing what you've given him recently. And then there'll be like a room that's like a big computery server room, which is how you unlock the blue rooms. And the blue rooms are like the late game content of rooms that do really cool stuff that make certain parts of the game easier. So, you know, like a kitchen where you don't have to light the torch and stuff like that. We've got the portal, which just gives you another portal. So if you get stuck, you can teleport back from there. That's one of the blue rooms. And yeah, these are kind of rooms from the future, sort of sci-fi themed. I don't think these guys are programmed to interact with the fireball yet. Oh, there they are. You turned into a meat. Okay. I think someone said we need to be able to cook the meat with the fireball, which I think you're right. I think we do need that. Let's put that in. So, sorry guys, if you're a rare meat person, we're going for well done because it's more visually distinct. Coming back to our earlier conversation about making sure your world building is based around what communicates stuff in the game. We're trying to make sure that people know the difference between a cooked meat and a not cooked meat. So we need to go with whatever's more visually obvious. I put some grill lines on it as well. There's nothing better than cooking something in a video game and it sort of automatically has all of this communication about how it was cooked, which wasn't the way you cooked it. I like that. That's funny. Okay, and then we want some crispy, right? So, hang on. What does the edge bit on a pork chop go like when sorry, non-meat eaters. Okay, it's sort of like It's still white, but then it's got a crispy bit around the edge. That's what we need. Maybe we make it go a bit golden. I haven't eaten today. This is making me hungry. Oh. Welcome to the only channel on YouTube where you can watch a man draw food while we listen to psychedelic synth music. I know what you lot like, you sickos. This is what we're here for. And then, sorry to all of the non-meat eaters. I was one for a while, and then the pandemic was really miserable, or is, and made me really want to eat a Scotch egg. So I went back to the dark side. Okay. Maybe we can do a bit more toasty around here just to help differentiate it if people have trouble seeing the color difference. Bit more crispy around there. Oh, I like the idea, yeah. I think all of the hot food should have smoke particles, really. Like the soup should have smoke particles. Unless you make gazpacho soup with 2 tomatoes and then it doesn't have smoke particles. I do intend to eventually have a cold room where you can cook stuff, because currently if you put milk and fruit into the cauldron, it makes an ice cream, which is funny, but I think it would be better to have like a set of rare food items that are made using cold, and then we can have like a room that's like, I don't know, you have to beat up a Yeti in order to get to his ice cream maker or something. I'm just going to call it a steak, actually. So there's a chance that if we blast an animal with a fireball, the fireball will turn the animal into a meat and then instantly turn the meat into a cooked meat, which is fine. That's fine by me. Okay, and then we take what we did with the cauldron to detect a burner. And we go to the meat and we turn it into a... Maybe if I do stuff like this, if I make it so... No, I make it so that the things have to be a certain distance to the player to even trigger some of this logic, so it doesn't happen off screen. But I'll go back through and do that at another point if I need to. We don't need lit. And we don't need to create a loop. Although I guess we could create a limited of like a second of... It sort of like lights up for a second to show you that it's cooked. So we're destroying the original meat object, and then we're creating a... Creating a steak. And then I go back to my wizard. Oh, I've got I've got an array somewhere called Global Wizard meals wanted. Here we go. Where is it? 64. Line 64 here. Oh, okay. It's just this. It's this list of objects. Object steak. There you go. So he doesn't want raw meat. Raw meat. But he'll eat a steak. I haven't added it to the list of things that the gnome will buy. Actually, let me do that. So go to the gnome's wagon. Ah, that's how that works. Okay, so I think I had this thing in my head that the gnome was a vegetarian. And I was gonna, like, not directly tell the player and just... Oh no, okay. So, yeah, we'll do a lower amount for meat things. So objects have a variable called shop value gnome, and basically if that's not set, then he just won't accept the item. But I'll make it so that he's not really interested in the meat things. You want me to... I mean, it would be very funny if burning the gnome wagon made him jump out and start fighting you like the shopkeeper in Spelunky. And he was just like really buff. Really buff. And yeah, just beat you up. Okay, that's cool. You can deliberately try and break bits of the level with the fireball, but it also takes a little while to Ooh. Yeah, so that cooked it straight away, which is fine. I think that feels logical. I think one of those enemies just got killed by a coin hitting it, which is, yeah, look. They're too weak at the moment, but I haven't done anything with those enemies since I first made them, so that's why they're a bit not very smart. Verzard. Maybe the wizard is just really changeable, and he's like, I'm a vegan now, and then he's not after a while. Because my idea for the characterization of the wizard is he would basically be like the worst boss you've had, but not in a screaming at you way, just in a sort of passive-aggressive way. Like really petty. Ah, yes, I remember these. Pieces of meat. That little steak floating up in the corner is my debug for remembering what he's had. But eventually that will be like on a board in the kitchen. Maybe there's a gnome that works in his kitchen as well, I don't know. The other thing that's quite dangerous at the moment is, okay, we've got fire and it works. And I also made the double jump work, which means that I can sort of imagine a world where we have water and it works. And I have to do like flood fill algorithms to make the water fill a room and stuff. And then we go in it and sort of hop around and jump out of it. Sort of like very old school Mario type swimming. Very, very tempted. I also think it would be cool and scary to have a room where there's like water pouring out through a waterfall that's just going into the abyss, and yeah. Okay, we've got lots of things we can light and burn. We can do the clearing the way of fungus with lights and burny stuff as well. That's good. We could also make it so that when the oh, this system is so good. So I could make it so that whenever the fireball bounces, it creates one of those little burner instances for like a second on the surface as well. I don't know if that really achieves anything right now, but what I should really do is make it so that the burning object creates particles. So eventually I don't need to have that red debug there because I can see if something is burning. Because at the moment, the burning particles when you burn the fungus are... they're sort of generated specifically for that case. You can't really see them because I'm using a fireball and it has the same particles on it. Lurid Orb is here as we listen to Lurid Orb. Wonderful. I'm trying to create a game that just gets everyone in Dungeon Synth in the same place. That's the idea. This game should be the Hotline Miami of Dungeon Synth. That's what I want. Yeah, we've just done a bunch of stuff with the fire system. I've done a bunch of stuff with the lighting recently. It all needs optimizing, which I'm not going to try and do now because it's going to involve me bashing my head against things. And I guess, I don't know, maybe just some more. I need to get some food soon in the real world. So maybe just a few more things with fire before we're done, I guess. We could have some barriers that require fire, like a sort of block of wooden detritus that you need to burn through to get through. That would be good. I need to make sure that the bats respond to fire. Egg bat. It's called an egg bat. Make sure that when something gets destroyed by a fire... So I think I need to turn this into a script now, because I'm doing it in enough places that it's going to just be a lot easier, so... So if, yeah, okay. Let's see if we can get this to work. So everything there will go in the burn self script. Which is a function that just anything can do. Spiderwebs is a good shout. Spiderwebs is a good shout. Okay, and when something gets destroyed by fire, it should do a bunch of little particles. So it's very clear what's happened. Just check that that still works. Because I've had some troubles recently with trying to take something into a script and it not transferring very well. But all you're doing when you do that in Game Maker is just like... Okay, yeah. Local variable TL. Okay, where did I get TL from? Ah, okay. I didn't make the particle system early enough. That's why. So that should happen up there. And it should be the fire sparks thing. So we'll do a random roll based on the strength of the burner that the object is colliding with. If it succeeds, the object will get destroyed. It will create a bunch of fire. Let's just do 48s. Make the number too high first and then wheel it back from there. These sorts of things, these like single instance things of something happening don't seem to be what eats up my memory anyway. It's the things that are like checking something every frame. So all of my little distance checks on things, as I need to go back through them and like refactor them, make certain things not happen if the player is not close enough. All of that kind of stuff that will make the thing more performant, but the player won't notice if it doesn't happen because they're not there. Solipsism. Yeah, there will be more bats. At the moment, I've made it quite tame in terms of enemies, because I didn't really have tools for the player to fight them. Like, up until about a month ago, I didn't even have this basic punch, which is like what you'll start off with. Didn't have that, because I was seeing it as like a Dizzy Egg type adventure platformer, and I kind of knew that I would have some sort of combat in it eventually, but I didn't want to front load it because I wanted to make sure that the other parts of the game that I wasn't sure about worked first, like the room drafting and the platforming. And now I'm at the stage where I feel like I've proven that concept to myself and people seem interested and excited in it. Now I can put in the things that I know will be fun, like fireballs and punching. Okay, so what was I testing? The fungus works, the fungus burning works, and I've genericized that as a script, so that means I can now put that on anything. And maybe I want to have like a flammability variable that any object can have. I don't know. Let's try and just... egg bat. So egg bats are sort of a weird one. They don't fall into any kind of category, really. They can be burnt. A goat can be burnt. Sorry, goat. But you can. The infected goat, you can definitely be burnt. This is like our... What's it called in... Is it a mushroom in Minecraft? Let's see what else we've got. So the thing we need to be really careful about is having this burn self-script on things that can produce their own burners, because then they'll destroy themselves. And I don't think we really need to go fully down the simulation rabbit hole there. I think we can just say, okay, the game has a sort of language of, here is things that produce fire and here are things that respond to fire by getting destroyed. I think that's okay. We don't want it to get so messy that the player basically can't really control what they're doing. Okay, these have the burn self script on as well. We don't want to be able to burn coins. I'm not that evil. Maybe some of the food, but I will leave that for now because I feel like that might be end up being a bit mean. Oh, yeah. So something that when you light, it spawns an enemy. I kind of like that. That feels neat. If you carry a jar into a torch, it explodes. Why not? I mean, that might just be that the torch needs to have a weaker burn on it. Okay. So I think everything that I've put the burn self on, I should actually have... Because we're doing that burn thing through a random roll, so... Item... item parent. I'll put a burn fire resistance variable on all of the items as well. Then we go back to the burn self script and factor that in. Fire underscore resistance. And then turn the strength down on the torches because they... Feels a bit silly to break a jar by putting a torch under it. Because sometimes we want interactions where you just light something with something, where the strength of the burner doesn't matter. But then when it's to do with destroying something, it feels like it should matter a bit more and it should feel like more of a distinction between a fireball and a torch then. Oh no, I built a dungeon that was just 2 kitchens. What I need to do now is go back to the room, our room initialization script, and make it so that we don't have so many kitchens. Because So I did that as a debug. We don't need that many kitchens. See, we had it so that that poison gas that they're called chokers, those spew out. It extinguishes torches. That was kind of how it worked before. I wonder if making it flammable would be more fun, because I could just, right now I could just do that, dun dun dun, and it would blow that whole top of that room up, and that would be quite fun. Mario Fireball Advanced Physics Edition. I was going to make the relic to get that ability, that fireball ability, be like a sort of lotus type thing, like a magical fire lotus. So it feels a little bit Mario, a little bit Street Fighter, you know? I think I've got a rounding bug there where I got 100 coins and it didn't give me a gem. I got my egg friend. Let's cook it. Cook in the egg. Oh, I need to light the... Uh-oh. The bat came out and now he's stuck. He's angry because I haven't updated his navigation AI for 2 months. And all he can do is flap around diagonally. Okay, so how would that work? So you've got a poison cloud, and every so often it checks for a burner, and if it finds a burner, it destroys itself and creates another burner, and then that creates like chain reaction type things. Oh, 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 oh. Good old saved by the Kirby flap. Have a steak. Why is that block there? Why are my trees spawning random bricks that they shouldn't? What is going on there? I punch it. Don't get me started on the quality of things that get released on Steam. Like people don't want to make stuff unless they think that there's like money or career in it, and then they just sort of think that means that you need to put out every single thing you make. It's like, would you play it? Would you play it? That's fundamentally the thing. It's like, is the thing fun enough and appealing enough in terms of all of like the creative stuff that you would actually play it? Like, the creative industries do not operate on sympathy. You know? Like, I don't know. I bet everyone in the chat knows someone who is a musician and puts out music and has never bought their stuff just because they know who they are. You have to actually like it. Unfortunately, by having that opinion and expressing it frequently, my potential audience for this channel is much smaller than people who are like, make anything and put it out and you'll be rich. Which does seem to be, that's a type of guy that exists. And I don't like it, because I'm a, you know, appreciator of games first and foremost. And when I make a game and design a game, I'm experimenting with what I think is interesting and what I would like to see and what I think could be fun. And if it just turns out to be good, then that's a sort of happy accident. And that's and the ironic thing is, that's kind of the attitude that most people who are able to make games for a living take, I think. I think if you're going to go down that route of like, oh, we must make something that's going to be successful, you might as well just be running like a hyper casual mobile game studio or something like that, because I think people that play indie games can sniff out a game that isn't a passion project. Excuse me, why is that turned into a fruit? Oh, it's because I meant that to be a fruit pie, and I haven't made a sprite for a fruit pie yet, so it just turns into a piece of fruit instead. Okay, we're getting a much longer run. Not getting too much slowdown. The bar at the top is creeping up to halfway. This map isn't super helpful. What I need to do is make it so that the exit has a big green exit sign. I might do that now because it's one of those things I keep telling myself I'm going to do. And although I want to focus on making the fires cool, I feel like we've got most of the fire interactions in now, so... Right. The thing is, I can't remember how I make this work. So draw a map item. Okay. I have a script called draw map item that changes what sprite something shows when you go onto the map. So we need the portal to do that, basically. Okay. So if the object is the portal, then draw a big portal. Right, I'm going to do this first, and then I'm going to replace it with a big exit sign. Okay, that turns the whole room into the exit. That's kind of cool. Yeah, that makes sense, Aki. Okay, so what I want is for that sprite to be drawn as an exit sign so that we can very easily so duplicate sprite exit sign. We've run out of lurid orb. Altar of Moss. That sounds like it's going to be a more chilled out wizardy one, so we'll go with that. Fantasy synth. Okay, yeah. I think the synth got a bit intense last time, so we're gonna go with the one that sounds a bit more chilled out. When I eventually get some music for this game, it's gonna be hard to get that tone right. Because we want it to be spooky, but we want it to be spooky but kind of relaxing most of the time as well. Yeah, I love this pixel editor. I don't use it for bigger stuff. Like if I have to draw a whole scene, I'll do that elsewhere, but I do like this a lot. Kerning's not great. Is that okay? Yeah, and then maybe bring the outside letters in so they don't merge with the border. And we want it to sort of evoke a sign a bit, so let's throw some 3D on it, I guess. Just bring in a shadow from that side. Nothing too fancy, nothing I can't just quickly bash out now. Just a little diagonal drop shadow on the whole thing. There we go. Let's see if that works. I've been meaning to do that for ages. It's one of those things. You just put it off and you know it's a 5-minute task. Okay. It's going behind everything. Maybe what I'll do, I'll just make it smaller for now so I don't have to... Yeah. That would do. That's probably too small, but I can at least read it, and I can find it when I look at the big map. I mean, I rarely look at the map for anything except for trying to get back to that exit, so... Ah! I tried to light my torch and I burnt the floor under the torch. Yeah, getting people to test in person is good because, like, the first studio I worked at, someone would be testing a game on a tablet, and we'd sit sort of behind them to 45 degrees so you could watch them without them feeling too self-conscious. And when there are little UX problems and people don't understand stuff, a lot of people won't tell you, or they'll work it out after a little while, and then they won't remember that they had a problem with a thing because it's gone from their mind at that point. It's just a fluke of how people work. So watching people playtest is generally more helpful. I think that verbal feedback from a playtest is not the main thing you are trying to get out of a playtest. I had a really helpful playtest with Cheese, who I gave a shout out to on Saturday, and he sent me like a video of him playing, and so there were a few things, you know, because he's a fellow game designer, so there were things where he picked out stuff and gave me direct, oh, maybe you should do it like this, which I did, and it made it better. But there were also just things where I was like, okay, he doesn't understand this concept. How can I approach that? And yeah, I mean, you're in charge of your game. You're like the creative lead on your game. So ultimately, you are deciding what to do in your game and what to put into your game. So playtesting should be giving you information on what just doesn't work the way that you think it does when a human interacts with it, you know? Why did you set your shop up in the chasm, you silly gnome? I think I'm getting a little bit too used to having my fairy flap and my fireball, so I might have to make the relics for them soon. I think the explosion that comes off of a detonated fireball should be a bit bigger. Yeah, there is a kit. You can punch and kick stuff. I just haven't been using it because I've had the fireball. So, okay. So I need to find the stuff. Okay, and global.relic list. You can also use the jars as weapons, so once I've got more monsters in here, you'll be like picking the jars up, throwing them at monsters to avoid having to go close and punch the monsters, and then you'll kind of clean the jars up after that. Global relic list dot fireball dot collected equals true. And then we go to global.relic. list. Where is all that managed? Oh, it's been a while since I did anything with this. Not there. It's going to be in one of my init scripts. Player resources? Yeah, okay. So we're making a relic called Fireball. And that's going to be called the Fire Lotus. Attack in the air to create a fireball. A burning orb. Sprite relic fireball, which doesn't exist yet, but it will do in a minute. And this won't be a relic that you are able to get at the start of the game, but I will set it up that way initially and then limit it later on. And then also fairy wings. Fireball and fairy wings. Jump in the air to jump some more. Sprite relic fairy wings. Okay. I need to do the same thing for okay, this is the stuff that happens if the player has the relic. Relics list. Fairy wings dot collected equals true. And then we need a sprite for fairy wings, and we need a sprite for as an object. So I'll do that now. A little bit of sprite work to end the stream. Characters, no. Items, yes. Relics, yes. So the relic for the fireball is going to be like a magical lotus flower thing with some fire in it, I think. So we go like one of those bad boys. Maybe a bit smaller so I can do fire around it. Just doing a cheeky Mario Fireflower reference. Don't at me, Nintendo. You're on thin ice. Adidas. It is Adidas, yeah. Right. Let's do some... Well, most of the fire in this game is bright orange, so let's just make it very clearly that. I can tidy this up a bit later. But the great thing about the relics is they are just a static image, so very easy to make lots of these. And then what I'll do, I'll put a dark color around the item itself. Maybe a bit of a gradient on that because it's on fire, sort of up to a warmer purple. Don't really know what I'm doing, but that's fine. Don't need to know what you're doing. Just need to sort of do it kind of consistently, and things will usually be alright. So that's what our representation of our fireball thing will be. I may come back and try and make it nicer at some point, but it doesn't matter straight off the bat as long as it's clearly what it says it is in the book. Do the communication bit first, make it clearly what it is, refine later. Okay. Fairy wings relic. I wonder, it's going to be hard to render a set of 4 wings and make it look good. So I feel like the fairy dust should be in a container, like a pouch. A fairy dust pouch. So we'd have like a open top with the sort of sparklies coming out. And then just like a kind of classic fantasy brown leather pouch. So that would be the top. And then there'd be a sort of kind of bit of a scrotum kind of shape, you know? That orange, that brown is too orange, so let's tone that down a bit. That kind of thing. And then our VFX for all of our fairy related stuff are sort of pink and blue. So it would have maybe some sparklies like that. They need to be able to show up in the book as well. This is a problem. That would do. Needs some little stitches on it. Okay. That means I shouldn't have the fireball or the fairy wings when we start again. So we just got back to our normal little kung fu punch. Which feels like it needs a bit more zhuzh now. It feels like it should have some, like, magic where you strike or something just to make it feel a bit more. And I can't do my Kirby flap anymore, alas. But yeah, it was definitely getting to a point where having all those abilities was making it so I couldn't really judge the game very objectively. Yeah, I don't really think of myself as someone with art fundamentals, but I guess I do. It's just imposter syndrome, I guess. The course I used to teach on, we had a guy who did all of the sort of 2D art, intro to 2D art stuff, and he'd worked on games, but he was initially a comic book artist, and he was great. But it also meant I never really had to teach that stuff because we had someone who specialized in it. I basically taught everything that wasn't art or coding on that course. And I did some of the coding as well. Like, we did a sort of intro to game development module that was, you know, here's how you write about a design idea, and then here's how you prototype an idea and stuff. And we'd have another course that was a bit more computer sciencey and a much more like, right, here's your first try at using Unity. And then the one I did was in Game Maker, and it was like much less about the programming. So I would give them projects where I'd already programmed some stuff, and then I was like, change these assets and change the speed that this happens at and see what happens and all of that kind of stuff. So it's all burning each other. That's cool. It's not getting destroyed, though. What is going on there? It's basically allowed itself to relight itself from the fires it's causing on the fungus, which is really weird because I thought I had something in place to stop that happening. I think it is because... Nope, it's not. It's not that. So this doesn't have a burn self script. So if it's already lit, then it shouldn't be able to do that again. So I'm not quite sure what's happening here. The sun! I think the trick with this game has been that, in my mind, a lot of this is programmer art, but I have started so simple that it's been quite easy for me to build up on the same assets and make something that eventually looks good, because I haven't tried to make it look like a real thing straight off the bat. Let me see if I can find... Where's like the oldest piece of footage of the game? Like, first prototype looks like this. And it's like, okay, this is very different from what we see now. Look how slow it is. Oh my god. But some of the constraints that have made it easy for me to make the rest of the art are still there. It's the same tile size, the same general, like, things are usually one color so that you can quickly look at the screen and see that's a fire, that's the main character, that's a red room, I don't want to go in there. That kind of stuff is still there. So just some of it's art fundamentals and some of it is the communication UX-y side of where art direction in games meets the gameplay. It's like, what are the important things to know at any moment when you look at the screen? Okay, we'll let all of the decision making about the visuals be driven by a mix of what's cool and what fits the theme and the setting, and what allows the player to just look at stuff and immediately understand it at a glance. And then because I've focused on that, it's allowed me to iterate very, very quickly to make these assets better. And now I'm at a stage where I can start fiddling with things like lighting and stuff that improves the mood and makes it The lighting pass has done loads because it makes it feel a bit creepier and spookier, but it also makes certain areas of the game feel cozy. And someone described this to me as cozy horror when I showed it a few months ago, and since then I'm like, oh yeah, that kind of is the not genre, but the kind of tonal thing that I'm going for here, I think. Because we're doing monsters and gross things, but we're also doing like cooking and fairy tale stuff. So yeah, it's the simpler you make the initial art style, the quicker you can iterate on it. It's the same as code. It's the same as designing features. You make something small, you make something simple, and then once you've validated it, you set it up so that you can iterate on it as quite fast as possible, which is why, traditionally game developers made things like level editors that you could tweak game data in and stuff like that so that you can iterate on it, because a game ends up being as good as the amount of iterations it's had. And if you engineer something in such a way that it's faster to iterate on, whether that's actual engineering of code or an art style, then it will end up better just because you'll be able to revise it more times. So, I'm not really sure why the torch is getting caught in that loop. There must be something that is setting it to not be lit somewhere else, and I'll find that in a minute. I think if there is going to be a knight in this game, he should be like twice as tall as Lem, and just be standing there blocking something. Maybe you have to bring him a little present. Happy birthday for 2 weeks, Heidi. Happy future birthday. Ah. Well, I was going to sort of infer that every time you die, you get remade as well, so... But yeah, I mean, we could... What would... A room that's just full of lem heads. Some good Dark Souls stuff right there. It's called, like, Waste Room or something. And there's just loads of little lem heads, and they're all kind of cracked and grey and old. The knight who can't fit through doors. Amazing. A broken lem that is a relic. That's a... Oh, man. It's a good idea. I like it. Keep trying to double jump and I can't do it anymore. My my bat meat flying through space. The wizard loves his well done steak. Can you burn ropes by accident? That would be funny. I mean, that rope isn't totally necessary because you can jump up the platforms as well. Got another broken platform there. Might just end up getting rid of the jump through platforms. They've been such a pain. No, all of the creatures that you can kill just turn into a meat, like a generic meat, and then you can cook that with a fireball, or you can put it with an egg in the cauldron, and then you get a Scotch egg, which is the supreme food item in the entire game, obviously. Yeah, making the rooms bigger has really helped. It also means that I can have some rooms like the kitchen where it is a single cell, right? And it's not very big, but it's like at the start of the game, the kitchen is one of the most helpful rooms in the game because it allows you to get both types of currency quicker. You can make meals and sell them to the gnome and then you make more money, or you can make meals and take them back to your boss and you get crystals that upgrade the stuff. So that's a really helpful room, but it's very small and it doesn't have anything else in. And I was thinking eventually I might make some stuff in the game where you need to build really far out in a particular direction to get to it. So having rooms that are bigger but they have more dangerous stuff in is like an interesting choice for the player at that point, because sometimes you want to go further. Right, I don't have enough coins, but I can just take this carrot back with me, and I can take a carrot back with me to the castle. I don't have a name for the wizard yet. Thinking something Italian, like Lucio or something, but I don't know. I don't know yet. I think that's mainly because I'm thinking of that Ghostbusters guy, so I'm thinking of like Mediterranean area. Yeah, like a wormhole that goes from one room to another is a cool idea. Oh. I do definitely need to find more ways to make smashing feel less like busy work. But I think having more things that you can break by throwing jars at them would be good. So, for example, if these grey rooms had traps in, and you could break the traps by throwing the jars at the traps, that would be a really neat interaction, because it turns this from busy work into a little kind of skill check and a thing you can kind of do to make things safer for yourself. Lucian. Why are you hanging about up there, goat? Come down here, and I will throw food down to you. I haven't shown the fairies this stream, so we're going to try and get the fairies. Yeah, you should be able to break jars with jars. I haven't done that yet. I will do that eventually. I had it before. Again, I keep refactoring things and then losing old features. So I want to make a little impulse that's like a kind of explosion. So when you throw a jar at something, it can push other things out. So that a jar thrown at a jar will smash a jar, but a smashing jar might also like push other things away. So that's the plan. I haven't done it yet, but there is a relic that allows you to break jars by running through them as well. It is a set of horns. We're not getting many relics at the moment, so I think we just need to make the game a bit more generous in that regard. What we can do really quickly is, if I open up the kitchen, I was thinking of having a room that's just called a reliquary, which is just a room with one relic in. So, reliquary. I think that's a real word. I'm pretty sure I heard that word in a RPG recently. What is a reliquary? Is that a container for holy relics? There we go. So we'll have a room called the reliquary. And this will just be a room that always has a relic in. But for now, while we're testing, I'll put 3 relics in it. Maybe you can upgrade the reliquary so it has... so it occasionally has more. I don't know. Where's our room initialization script? Here it is. Okay. Put 2 of those in the deck for now. Shout out to Gleb who made Room Loader as well, which is this stuff that I'm using here. It's a game maker library that allows you to save what's in a room and then load it into other rooms. Basically, if I didn't have this, I would still be doing things the way I was doing them before, which was very, very tedious and made it very hard to make new stuff and make new content. So, oh, I haven't been a professor since I quit working in a university in 2023, and then I've had 2 different game design jobs since then. The first one was at a company called Carter that make Roblox and Fortnite games for sort of brands, sort of doing ad for games stuff. And that synth is too synthing too hard for me right now. Yeah, we made a bunch of interesting stuff, like we made Blackpink's Roblox game and stuff like that. I made a Spotify map in Fortnite with a team of like 5 or 6, and we were just all making different bits of that. That was fun. And then after that, I was at a big free-to-play company as a senior designer for a year, and that was kind of a nice place to work in lots of ways, and everyone there was lovely, but it was really like boring. Big corporate places where it takes a long time to make decisions about everything. And I will look back on that game now, and working there a year, if I download that game on the App Store now, I can see nothing in it that I had any impact on in the time I was there, because it was just like so many teams and subdivisions and all sorts of stuff where I just didn't have any impact. So I started this channel while I was still working there, and then back in January I've sort of gone full-time on the channel. So it's not really meant to be a channel dedicated to me making games, but people on YouTube in particular have a very much like put your money where your mouth is thing, and they don't want to listen to game design stuff from anyone who isn't shown to know how to make games. So, and I enjoy doing this, so this is a once a week stream, but the rest of the time I'm focusing on what other people are making and what people in our Discord community are making and stuff like that. Jar Mimic! Oh, Jar Monster is a great idea. Yeah, or monsters that come out of jars. That's the classic Spelunky one. You break a jar and there's a snake in it or something. I need to think of a few smaller monsters that are like things that just run backwards and forwards on a platform and bite you, you know? So, yeah, putting the reliquary in was a good idea. So I get the fairy dust, and now I can flap. I get the coin magnet, I get the... what's that? The preserved mini beast. That slows down how quickly red rooms spread. Not very noticeable, that one. Oh, look. Look what's going on up here. It doesn't seem to ever be destroying itself. Let's check out that burn script and see what's happening. So this is happening because the fungus is catching fire and it's creating its own light and it's creating a burner around itself. But maybe the burner is too weak, so it's not catching anything. I don't know. Let's try that. Yeah, I mean, I haven't, Flandis, I haven't made my own game for a long time. I think the last time I was actively making games that, like, on my own in a game engine was, like, when I was teaching. So back in 2022. And even then, it's like I'm making a small thing so that, because I was teaching design and not development, I would often make a project and then give it to students and be like, okay, we're not starting from nothing, we're starting from this, and I want you to hack this and this area of the game. So, you know, so they could focus on design rather than the fundamentals of like building something from scratch. And you can never really know what's going to work for people when people are learning to do something. So you end up having to, like, you can teach someone like, this is the way you do it, and you teach them one specific way. But I think the more effective way, when you've got to teach lots of people at once, is to show people 3 or 4 ways of approaching something, and then they can work out which of those things work in their own practice, you know. So you give people one class where it's like, okay, we're going to do the kind of game dev where we start from scratch and we just try and get a thing moving around, and then we're going to do the kind of game dev where, you know, we do level design for someone else's game, you know. And show them all the different ways that you can start something, because there are lots of different ways that you can start a project, and a lot of the time which one is going to work for you comes down to what fits with your brain and your existing skills, you know. Like, one of the reasons why I'm so avoidant of doing 3D, like at my last job I did level design in Roblox, I did level design in UEFN, which is the Unreal module for making Fortnite maps and stuff. Really enjoy that. Really enjoy working in 3D when I have a toolkit, a toy box of other people's stuff. But trying to do the process of going from 0 to something where I've made the assets myself, and it's like there's a little guy on the screen running around and I did that. The pipeline for that in 3D is so long and convoluted compared to doing sprite-based work that I just you know, puts me off entirely. It's not that I don't want to make 3D games, it's that the pipeline for doing the bits I like to do is just longer. Maybe one day. I'd really like to make a 3D game that's in that kind of PlayStation 1 low poly grungy style at some point. Oh, that's annoying. I've never done anything like an online course. I just don't know if following along with something works for me. I've always struggled with that method of learning. It's one of the reasons I don't do tutorial videos, because I don't know how to explain something in that mode. That kind of step-by-step way. Yeah. Yeah, asset store and then swapping things out later is a good shout, but even then I still want to know that I could remake the thing myself if I wanted to, you know? At some point I want to do a series called Unusual Engines, where I just pick a strange game making tool that's like a low code unusual tool and use it for a month and see what we come up with. There's one called RPG in a Box on Steam that's quite a neat little sort of 3D voxel thing. There's the one for making traditional roguelikes. I can't remember what that's called. So that relic I've got gives me a coin when I defeat a monster. Oh yeah, look, I got the horns now. So when I sprint through jars, I'll smash them. Although I've already cleared all the jars. So it's a bit of a waste. So what have we got? The knuckle duster lets you punch through soil and fungus. Ah, one more key. Okay. I would still love to make an RPG Maker game. I've spent a long time in RPG Maker and I know how to do lots of stuff in it, but I can never really get past my own dislike of just JRPG turn-based combat, and it feels like not using it is wasting a lot. There's a lot of good mods for it, but a lot of them still don't feel great. Yeah, just such a good tool in terms of just starting you off with so much stuff that would be really time-consuming otherwise, like controlling dialogue and controlling events and controlling inventories and stuff like that. Is RPG in a box made in Godot? I don't know. I didn't look into it that much. You can fall off the map. Yeah, it is a horrible void into space, and then you just die while you're falling. So if we get water in here, which I'd quite like to have some rooms with water in eventually, then you'd be able to kind of get pushed into space by waterfalls and stuff. Find more golden pots with a gilded brush. The Void Walker's Bassinet allows you to survive longer in the void. You don't freeze when you go outside. You kind of freeze gradually when you go outside normally. Poor previous Lems. It's kind of got a... I like this idea of having previous Lems somewhere in the game. It's got a kind of... Okay, something seriously weird is going on with our trees. Look what's happening there. What are you doing? Why do trees keep doing this? Something is happening with the tree branches. Sometimes they're spawning and then turning into a stone block. Very strange. And I can't be bothered to look into it right now. Okay, last task of the day, I think, is going to be to make throwing jars do a smashy thing to other jars. So we can have a bit more fun with that. The most powerful man in the universe, and he's like, "Will you go and get me a smoothie?" He says the same thing every time at the moment. That's my placeholder dialogue box. He'll eventually say something more interesting. You throw meat on spikes and you... Oh, that's genius. Aki. Maybe I should make the spikes look more like wooden sticks, and then the kebab thing would work more. That's a good idea. I like that. Yeah, Le Cake, I'm glad other people have got that problem with MDA as well, because sometimes if you just use it uncritically, then you don't... It's like aesthetics does mean affect, right? In philosophy, that's what it means. It means, like, how the art makes people feel, not what the art looks like. But so many people are not familiar with that use of that term that it just makes it really confusing. but there is a more updated. It's like something dynamics experience. Is like the updated version. Okay, so when a jar breaks, yeah. So what I think we want to do is where I made my burner, I made that type of object today called a burner, right? That allows us to do sort of fun imsimmy stuff with fire. And I think I want to make a similar thing, but for like a force push, so that we can kind of like push things out from something when it hits this thing. So if a jar smashes and there's an object next to it, the thing will get pushed away from it. I might be able to do that. I'm not sure. Let's say, let's just call it a force and see how we get on with it. So this is going to have a very small range as a default. And it's always only going to exist for one. Maybe we don't even need to do a step event. We just create it, it runs everything for one frame, and then it deletes itself. Oh, I've done the thing again. Did that thing of overwriting the wrong one. I hate it when I do that. Okay, go back to there. Go back to there and copy that in. The dangers of copy pasta. Okay. Don't need any of that. Don't need any of that. Design play experience. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So items. What am I doing? Object forward number. Object. It's instance number. My brain is running out of juice now. Okay. And then when a jar... So that should just... That should get in before all of the other physics stuff for the jars and give them a little impulse to... Or not jars, any item. Give them a little impulse to push around in a different direction when they're hit by a force. And then... What we're going to do as well is make it so that jars create a force when they explode. So the sense of the jar exploding is going to maybe knock around other things. And then we just need to make it so that moving jars blow up other moving jars, I think. So an exploding jar, when a jar dies, it's going to create a force. And that means we can do the same thing with the fireball as well, and a fireball can make a big fun push everything around with explosion type stuff. Let's see if that works. I might be a bit too tired to be doing new stuff now, so I need to go get some food in a minute, but oh, we can at least check our fireball out because we've got a working fireball now. Ah! Lost my fireball straight away. That's fun. Okay. Throwing jars at other jars is what we want to test, really. So the jar smashing should do stuff to things around it. You can see that green circle appearing. But actually, we want them to just damage each other on collision if one of them is moving, really. Yeah, you auto-equip all the relics. Maybe eventually I'll make it so there's a limited amount of slots, so there's another thing to upgrade. But at the moment, you just get whatever you get. And then if you haven't seen them before, then they're grayed out here. And then the first time you pick them up, they have the little yellow alert. So that's basically telling us that we've had this before, but we don't have it this run. We've had this one before, and we have it this run. And then these ones are ones that we've just discovered. Okay, the force thing is not really doing what it's supposed to, but I will look into that more another time because I think I am not thinking very straight at the moment. Okay. If speed, if So what we're checking is if the velocity of one of these, either this jar or the other jar that it hits, is greater than 2, then they're both going to break. Because it is that thing of like breaking jars is a thing that you are doing pretty much all the time. So we want it to have as many fun permutations as possible. I need to control what layer the relics go onto as well, because they sink into the ground. Oh, it's because, okay. Do I really need to do that? That's very silly. Do I really need to check if the object I just collided into exists when I just collided into it? There we go. Ah, okay. One of them's being held. This is that's ridiculous, because that can't be possible. But and self not and held not equal to true, and other dot held not equal to true. So we don't want to be able to just walk into something with another pot and it just smashes. Because that's what was happening there. You could just walk into one and it would be fast enough for it to go. This is traveling at a destructive velocity. That gives you a little kind of skill shot you can try and do all the time to break two things at once, which is quite satisfying. Ah, that's what I've... No, that's where I've gone wrong. That should be absolute other dot speed, not the other way around. Absolute like that. Yeah. That's what I was doing wrong. Okay, gonna call it quits in a minute, folks. Need some food. And I have a little side project at the moment that I need to look at. I swore off doing educational games, but someone gave me a very interesting looking short project to help them with, so I'm going to be doing some of that this afternoon after I've recharged my brain. I hope everyone else has a good day doing whatever you're doing. All of that lovely coloured light that is eating up my CPU. I'm really pleased with what we got done today, because it's really bringing back that kind of ImSimmy type feel of having... But, you know, now we've got all of that burning stuff, I can kind of go away and think about, oh, what other stuff can we do with fire? And I'd been avoiding that for a while because I hadn't rebuilt fire to actually be a system. It's a bit weird that you can just sort of like... You can do this as well, I think. So you can jump up and drop one jar on top of another jar. You guys really want to kill that poor gnome, don't you? Poor Snorri the gnome. That's his lore name, by the way, Snorri. What have we got? You get bonus coins for each relic. You find more vegetables and mushrooms. You jump in the air to jump some more. It's a good time to get the fairy wings because I can go up there now. I don't have a kitchen, do I? I can't cook. I can't cook anything. Let me cook, Snorri. That's a good... So one of the things I was talking about with my partner, we were brainstorming this game, and I was saying it'd be good to have like diary pages for the gnome that are like some light bit of story that you collect, kind of like the diaries you get in Darkest Dungeon, and that could kind of really get into the time loop weirdness and like why does he keep spawning again? And then when you destroy the level, his wagon falls down a hole and stuff like that. Like, what does the gnome make of that? I mean, when you finish the level and you do all of that green VFX, the whole level falls apart and things fall down into the void. So, I mean, Snorri the gnome is dying every time you summon him and use his shop. If you finish the level and you use the matter discombobulator or whatever I'm going to call it eventually, then yeah, he's vanquished. He's not having a good time. He's taking on the form of a gnome to appease human eyes. But he's not actually a gnome, he's actually something much less gnomey. Why are you behind the tree? He needs his own layer. Been very wary about adding too many layers, but there's no reason why I shouldn't. Secretly an elder god all along. I don't think I can get back this time. I think I've screwed it. Ah, portal. And that's why that will be a late game feature. Because that's cheating. That there is cheating. I should have taken some food back. I forget every time I forget to take food back. Key. Puts my sound down every time I go back to the castle. So the Tamagotchi is called the Eggohatchi, and it means that monster eggs have a chance to contain a relic, which is fun. So now you can deliberately spawn lots of monster rooms trying to get extra relics. The game is currently called Dirt World. I don't know if it will continue to be called Dirt World, but it is growing on me a bit. As long as I don't annoy too many. Seems to be a dirt bike racing name of a place, but apart from that, it seems pretty SEO friendly as far as names go. Look, all of the eggs turned into relics, but now I need to get back through all of that gas. I'll go back there in a minute. Let's see what we've got here. Oh man. It's too gassy. One final thing. One final thing for today. Just because I don't think it will take that long. Famous last words, yeah. The gas shouldn't kill the bat, no, because the bat is part of that ecosystem, so... The bats die really easily, like, they get bonked on the head by a coin and they die. They're not worthy opponents yet, the bats. Okay, we've got an eternal torch. That's fun. Not you again. The oh, I've broke the level already. The little red purse gives you a ruby in every jar for every red room you've drafted so far, so then it encourages you to build red rooms. And at the moment there's not much reason to build red rooms, except it's like the only thing you can pick, so I do want more of that in the game, like just like the game tempting you to do the dangerous thing, because you'll get way more treasure that way, kind of thing. I think that's a good path to go down, because it means that players still have a choice about whether they put the red rooms in, but there's more and more reason to do it on purpose. Yeah, the bats are total dumbasses. They can't really do anything. They do have like a very, very small AI where they dive for you if you're near to them, but they're not smart at all. What I should do with the fungus as well is when it burns like that, it kind of keeps changing its sprite or rotating, so it looks really kind of creepy and strange. Okay, Poison Cloud, you need a fire resistance. You can have a minus. You can have a minus fire resistance. I don't know if that will work. I don't know if the math will math. I don't know if the math will math, but... Oh... Okay, so we want a fire. Work out what's going on with these weird trees at some point. It's just annihilation. The trees are trying to turn into other stuff. That's the only explanation, isn't it? I put the egg on the fire and it got burned, but I think that's old code. I don't think that's to do with the new burning system. I think that's just an interaction I'd hard-coded before. Hi, Jig. I'm out of keys. Restart. Everything's trying to be Triffids on some level. Right, I need to maybe redesign this room because it's very easy to get stuck going down that way. And although we want people to get stuck sometimes, we kind of want it to feel like your own fault when it happens rather than just, oh, that particular element is... We want a torch, really. We want a torch or a fireball. So I can go back to that nest and see if the gas explodes. What would be really neat is if you can blow up the red rooms with the gas to get through them, but it's really risky because sometimes it just blows the floor up entirely and then you can't get back. Right. That would be cool. Ugh. Okay, yeah, I keep forgetting that I made torches spawn more in dungeons, so I need to spawn dungeons if I want a torch, so... There we go. Now we've got the cursed purse, so the nest is going to give us more money in future. Make another nest, so we've got a better testing ground for our... Ah, my torch has gone out! Oh, I can go back this way though. That's cool. Nowhere to relight my torch though. Dope. Probably shouldn't have so many jars that just smash as soon as you open the door. Lots of keys. I need somewhere to light torches from now. Okay, Forester's got a bonfire in it. That's good. And we go over here. We light the torch. We go back to this room. Throw it up there. Okay, so it's igniting, but it's not really getting rid of itself. Oh no, it did. Okay. So that was burning out the poison clouds. but the things that it was producing weren't strong enough to blow up the fungus around it. So we really want that explosion to be like big enough to take out other fungus, probably big enough to take out the soil. Because if you think of like a big fireball explosion, that should be more powerful. But yeah, at the moment this doesn't really get rid of these. So I need to work out what's going on there. But I think I'm done for today with that. I spent enough time on it. I haven't played Nota yet. No, I should do at some point as a reference, if nothing else. It's not creating the sun, though. He gave me an emerald. The flowers are new from the last week as well. These little patches of flowers. The goats eat them. They're not an object. You can't like pick them up as an item, but they just sort of create a new thing for the goats to eat. Maybe the fairies will do something with them. I'm gonna show you the fairies before I log off because we haven't seen them today and they're quite good. Just gonna do a little cheat. Just do a little hacky cheat. So the secret to spawning the fairies is you just have to make a certain amount of green rooms and then the fairies will spawn, which is actually how you spawn the gnome as well. He always spawns in the second green room, which means that people will be able to strategize around where they want their merchant to be. But when this is a full game, people aren't going to know this stuff. It's going to be stuff people have to work out. The game's not going to tell you. You know, that's my philosophy here. Make the basics of the game as simple as possible to understand, and then fill it full of loads of weird little secrets that you have to find out for yourself. Last room. There we go, fairies. They like to throw things in the air, including them. It's my kid's amazing voice acting. They also like to eat certain things. You can, if you have something they like, they'll follow you around. Can you cook them? Not yet, no. I was thinking that maybe if you kill a fairy and the gnome sees you, he gets angry about it. I think that would be a funny interaction. I have not played Noita. No, I haven't got round to it. It looks really good, but I just never got round to it. I should test my game on a keyboard more often as well. That's another thing I need to remember to do. I'll put it on Steam when it's ready to go on Steam. My plan at the moment is public alpha on itch in about December. So I'm getting everything to a point where I'm basically don't want to do a mass playtest of the game until I know that I've dealt with most of the problems in it. Because if you give people a game to playtest and you've left 10 problems in it that you're aware of, you're not going to get very helpful feedback because it's just going to be, oh, did you know this is wrong? And it's like, yeah, I know. That's how I left the game. So they're not letting me teleport. They keep taking my milk. They're bullying me. They make my milk disappear. Yeah, we'll check that out. I like sort of simmy type games, which is weird because I don't like simulation most of the time. I just like I like games that have lots of potential interactions between. I'd rather have less things in a game and more things you can do with the things. So anything that's like that is neat. And platformers are a genre I'm pretty neutral on. For me, it's just the camera is here and you control the character this way. You can do lots of different things with the platformer. I always used to be worried whenever a student would say, we're going to make a puzzle platformer. I think, okay, what's the puzzle? Because I think a lot of the time people just start making a platformer and then they're like, oh, there's going to be a key and a door. Or there'll be a door and a button that you have to stand on to open the button, to open the door. And it's like, okay, that's like some basics of a puzzle platformer, but it's not enough to be interesting. Emergent gameplay, yes, exactly. Right, thank you all for joining today. I hope you have a productive rest of the day. Tomorrow, if you are in our Discord, if you're a patron or if you're a patron supporter or a YouTube member or whatever, tomorrow is the day when I play your games. So that's every 2 weeks now rather than monthly. So if you are in our Discord, there is a spreadsheet on the playtesting and QA channel. You can submit the games there. If you're not a member and you just want to submit a game and have it played at some point in the future, that's what the Thursday streams are for, every Thursday. And if you go on indiegameclinic.com, you can find the form to submit a game there. On the Thursday streams, it's called Indies Under the Knife. I only look at games that have not been commercially released yet. So the game you send needs to be not up for sale yet. Otherwise, I won't look at it on that stream. And the goal of that is really just to make sure people get an opportunity to get feedback from someone while they're still making their game, which is something that everyone making a game should do. And yeah, don't even think about putting your game on Steam until someone's been playing it and gone, this is fun. Are you going to charge people money for this? Because the vast majority of the games that are on Steam that don't sell and don't do very well have just not been tested enough as they've been made, and they're not people don't want to play them because they're not games. They're just something someone made in a game engine. They're not a fun activity to do. So make sure you get feedback. It doesn't have to be from me. As someone said in the chat earlier, watch people play your game, because that will give you infinitely more information than just letting them tell you what they think is wrong with it. And yeah, make sure you are making your game with players and watching people play it, because it just won't be a game otherwise, because a game is a thing that people do. It's not defined by how you make it.